Hello there, and welcome to Biology with Charles, where science slows down, the lights stay low, and even the strangest facts about the mind are allowed to arrive gently. Tonight, we're settling in with a question that sounds simple at first, and then becomes a little less simple the longer you sit with it. Why can't your brain see reality clearly? After all, your eyes are open, your ears are working, your skin fills the air around you, and your mind gives you the reassuring impression that you are moving through the world in direct contact with what is actually there. It all feels immediate, solid, straightforward. But the brain is not a clear window, and it was never designed to be one. It is more like a busy editor working late into the night, cutting, guessing, smoothing, simplifying, and handing you a version of events that is useful enough to keep you going. Not perfect, not complete, just good enough to help you survive a world that would otherwise overwhelm you with detail. So before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you listening from tonight? And what kind of world is around you at this exact moment? Is it dark and quiet, with only the hum of a room and the weight of a blanket? Or are there still little sounds from outside reminding you that other people are awake in their own small corners of the night? If you find this soothing, interesting, or simply a comfortable way to wind down, I'd be very grateful if you liked the video and subscribed. It helps this calm little space reach other people who might want a softer kind of science at the end of the day. Now, settle in, loosen your thoughts a little, and let's begin with the strange fact that the world you experience is not the world as it is. It is the world as your brain can afford to build it. It helps to start with something obvious that almost never feels obvious when you're living inside it. Your brain is trapped in darkness. It never touches the world directly. It never sees light itself, never hears sound itself, never feels the softness of fabric or the chill of a glass. Everything that reaches the brain arrives as signals. Tiny electrical messages travel along nerves, and from those messages the brain constructs what feels like a rich, seamless, immediate reality. This is one of the most impressive things biology has ever produced. It is also the source of endless misunderstanding, because when the finished experience arrives in consciousness, it feels so clean and direct that we assume it must simply be the truth. Take sight, for example, because vision is usually the sense we trust most. It feels as though your eyes are showing you the world. But your eyes are not cameras in the simple sense people often imagine, and even if they were, your brain would still be doing most of the important work. Light reflects off objects and enters the eye. It passes through the cornea and lens and lands on the retina at the back. There, specialized cells respond to different aspects of the light and begin turning it into neural signals. That much sounds straightforward. But what the brain receives is not a tiny copy of the world. It is not a miniature chair, a miniature face, a miniature moonlit window being projected somewhere inside your head. It is coded information about edges, contrast, motion, brightness, color, and change. The brain then has to turn that coded information into something meaningful. That alone should make the whole process feel a little less certain. The brain is not observing reality in the way a person might inspect an object under a lamp. It is inferring reality from a stream of limited data. And limited really is the important word here. The brain never gets the whole picture. It cannot. The world contains too much information. If every photon, every vibration, every temperature fluctuation, every texture, every smell, every shift in air pressure arrived in full detail all at once, you would not gain a superior experience of truth. You would become lost in noise. Survival depends not on receiving everything, but on selecting what matters quickly enough to act. This is one reason evolution did not shape the nervous system to be a perfect truth machine. It shaped it to be an efficient decision machine. Those are not the same thing. Imagine an early human hearing a sudden rustle in tall grass. A perfectly accurate brain might pause and demand more evidence. Was that the wind, a harmless animal, or a predator? A survival-oriented brain might do something else. It might lean toward caution, assume danger, and flood the body with readiness before certainty arrives. From the standpoint of pure truth, that brain may sometimes be wrong. From the standpoint of staying alive long enough to have children, it may be doing exactly the right thing. This matters because it means perception is not built around neutral observation. It is built around usefulness. Your brain does not ask, what is reality in its fullest and most objective form? It asks something closer to, what is most likely happening, and what do I need to do about it? This is a completely different project. And once you see that, a great deal of human experience begins to make more sense. It explains why we are so vulnerable to illusions. Visual illusions are not little party tricks exposing flaws in an otherwise perfect system. They are demonstrations of the rules your brain normally uses to make fast, efficient guesses. When two shapes look different in size because of the context around them, or when a still image seems to shimmer with movement, what you are seeing is not the brain failing at random. You are seeing the brain do exactly what it usually does: interpret incomplete input according to patterns that are helpful most of the time. The illusion works because the system is active, not because it is broken. It also explains why confidence is such a poor measure of accuracy. When the brain finishes constructing a perceptual experience, it usually presents the result without all the messy notes from the editing process. You do not get a disclaimer floating in the air saying, approximation generated from partial data, memory expectation, and best guess pattern completion. You just get the experience, a room, a face, a sentence someone said, a sound from the next room. Because the final product arrives as a complete scene, you feel certainty even when certainty is not warranted. The brain hides the stitching. In a way, this is merciful. If every moment of experience arrived with the full awareness of how much interpretation was involved, daily life would become exhausting. You would hesitate before every perception. Is that really what I saw? Is that what they meant? Was that sound near or far? Is this colour actually that colour, or only my brain's current translation under this lighting condition? Sometimes those questions are useful, but if they never stopped, getting through breakfast would become an achievement. So the brain gives you a stable world instead. It gives you confidence because confidence helps action. Another important detail is that perception happens fast, and speed changes the kind of system you can build. A slow system can be careful. A fast system must be selective. Think about how quickly you respond when a ball suddenly moves toward your face, or when you hear your name in a noisy room, or when you step back from something hot. There is no time for detached philosophy in those moments. The nervous system uses layers of shortcuts, habits, predictions, and rough categorizations, because the world keeps moving whether you're ready or not. By the time conscious awareness catches up, much of the editing has already happened. This is why people often imagine consciousness as the chief executive of the mind, when it is really more like the late arriving spokesperson. Many of the crucial perceptual decisions have already been made before you can narrate them. Your conscious mind receives the cleaned up result and then very generously assumes it was in charge the whole time. Humans do love taking credit for work done by hidden departments, and hidden departments there are. The brain is not one smooth intelligence, but a vast collection of systems performing specialized tasks. Some detect edges, some track motion, some compare current input to stored patterns, some evaluate threat, some regulate attention, some connect perception to memory, some link body state to interpretation, so that a racing heart can make the world feel different from the way it felt a few minutes earlier when you were calm. All of these systems contribute to the world you think you are simply seeing. Even colour, which feels so immediate and obvious, is a constructed experience. The world out there is not painted in colour the way a picture book is. Objects reflect different wavelengths of light, and your visual system translates those differences into the experience of red, blue, green, gold, and everything in between. But that translation depends on lighting, contrast, surrounding colours, and the brain's effort to maintain consistency. A white shirt at sunset may reflect very different light from the same shirt at noon, yet you continue to experience it as white because the brain is correcting for context. This is helpful. It allows you to recognize objects across changing conditions, but it also means you're not seeing raw reality. You're seeing a stabilized interpretation. The same principle applies across the senses. Sound is not little music entering the mind. It is pressure waves in air. Smell is not fresh bread or rain on pavement. It is chemical molecules interacting with receptors. Touch is not softness or roughness in themselves, but patterns of pressure, vibration, temperature, and texture being translated into meaningful experience. Your world is built from conversions. Everywhere, the brain is taking physical events and turning them into something livable, and because those conversions are shaped by biology, they are also limited by biology. There are wavelengths of light you cannot see, sounds you cannot hear, chemical traces you cannot detect, magnetic fields you do not feel in any conscious way, and patterns in the environment that other animals perceive as naturally as you perceive colour. A dog entering a room may gain an astonishing amount of information from smell alone. A bird may navigate with sensitivity to cues you never notice. A bee sees aspects of flowers hidden from you. The world each organism inhabits is not the full universe. It is a biologically filtered slice. Humans are no exception. We just happen to be very impressed by our slice. That may be the most charming thing about the human brain. It creates a local model of reality and then quietly treats it as the main event. This becomes even more interesting when you remember that perception is not only limited by the senses, it is limited by the body's needs. A tired brain sees differently from a rested one. A frightened brain hears differently from a calm one. A lonely person may interpret silence differently from someone who feels secure. Hunger changes attention. Stress changes memory. Expectation changes the way ambiguous information is resolved. In other words, the reality you experience is not only filtered through sensory systems, it is filtered through your current condition as a living organism. That is not a flaw in the moral sense. It is simply what a brain is. Brains are organs. They are part of bodies trying to regulate energy, avoid injury, seek resources, maintain relationships, and make it through another day. So perception is never detached from life. The state of the organism leaks into the scene. Two people can walk into the same room and genuinely experience it differently, not because one is lying, but because no perception is ever purely passive. This is why eyewitness testimony, despite sounding powerful, is often more fragile than people expect. When someone says, "I saw it with my own eyes," it feels like the matter should be settled. But seeing is not recording. Hearing is not archiving. Perceiving is an active biological process under constraints, influenced by stress, attention, prior expectation, lighting, angle, memory, and later reconstruction. A person may be completely sincere and still be mistaken. The mind does not hand us reality untouched. It hands us its best, fast model of what probably happened. To be fair, that model is often astonishingly good. We navigate cities, recognize friends in crowds, catch objects in motion, learn faces, understand language, and move through environments of immense complexity with barely any conscious effort. The brain's approximations are not weak imitations of reality. They are powerful working solutions. If they were not, our species would not have lasted long. But working solutions are not the same as perfect access. Your brain is brilliant, and it is also making it up as it goes along more than you realize. There is something oddly comforting in that. It means that confusion is not always a personal failure. Misunderstanding is not always carelessness. Sometimes the system is doing what the system does. It builds a manageable world out of fragments. It favors speed over completeness, meaning over raw detail, and action over certainty. It fills in blanks so smoothly that you rarely notice there were blanks at all. Consider how often you think you are seeing everything in front of you. It feels that way. The room appears complete. The scene seems full. Yet vision scientists have shown again and again that people miss enormous changes in plain sight when attention is directed elsewhere. A person may fail to notice an object disappearing, a detail changing, even someone different replacing the person they were speaking to under certain carefully arranged conditions. This sounds absurd until you understand the rule. The brain does not build a full-resolution internal copy of everything around you at all times. That would be horribly expensive in terms of energy and computation. Instead, it builds what is needed, where it is needed, when it is needed, and gives you the impression of completeness. That impression is one of the most elegant illusions you live inside every day. Your mind gives you a stable, rich world, because instability would be distressing and inefficiency would be dangerous. It smooths over the gaps, links moments together, predicts continuity, and lets you feel as though you are standing in direct contact with reality itself. Yet behind the scenes, the work is more improvisational than that. You can even notice this in ordinary mistakes. You mishear a lyric and cannot unhear it. You think your phone buzzed when it did not. You mistake a coat on a chair for a person in dim light. You see a face in a cloud, a shape in a shadow, a message in a coincidence. These are not just silly accidents floating at the edge of a mostly perfect system. They reveal the system's operating style. The brain prefers an interpretable world. It would rather risk the occasional false positive than leave too much unexplained. This makes good biological sense. Missing a pattern that matters can be costly. Seeing one that is not there is often relatively cheap. Better to jump at the shape in the grass that turns out to be wind than ignore the shape that turns out to be teeth. Better to detect intention a bit too readily than fail to notice the emotional signals of others. Better to simplify and survive than analyze and hesitate forever. Evolution is not handing out awards for philosophical purity. It tends to reward creatures that remain alive. So when we ask why your brain cannot see reality clearly, the answer is not that the brain is lazy, weak, or poorly made. It is that clarity in the absolute sense is not its true assignment. Its assignment is to transform limited input into a usable world quickly enough to guide behavior. It is trying to help you move, choose, remember, avoid, pursue, speak, and rest. It is trying to keep a fragile body oriented inside a moving environment. And to do that, it must reduce, select, predict, and invent. That last word matters more than it first appears. The brain invents constantly, though usually in small and practical ways. It invents continuity between eye movements. It invents stable colours across changing light. It invents depth from flat retinal images. It invents confidence from uncertain evidence. It invents a coherent now from processes that occur at slightly different times across the nervous system. In a very real sense, the world you experience is a controlled hallucination constrained by sensory input. That phrase can sound dramatic, but it points to something deeply biological. Perception is not the passive receipt of reality. It is the guided construction of it. And yet, for all this construction, we should not swing too far in the other direction and say that reality is whatever the brain wants. The external world still pushes back. Walk into a wall and the distinction becomes wonderfully clear. The brain is not free to invent anything at all. It must build models that are anchored enough to what is out there that the organism can function. So perception is neither perfect truth nor complete fantasy. It is a negotiation. Signals arrive from the outside, predictions rise from the inside. The brain combines them into the best momentary answer it can manage. That answer is what you call the world. As we move further into this story, we'll start looking more closely at the filters involved, the missing pieces the brain fills, the expectations it imposes, the memories it rewrites, and the emotional currents that colour everything before you even notice they are there. Because once you begin to see that perception is a construction, a lot of human life starts to look different. Certainty becomes a little less certain. Disagreement becomes a little more understandable, and the mind itself becomes much stranger, though in a very ordinary way, because all of this is happening not in rare moments of confusion, but constantly, quietly, right now, as your brain keeps building this room, this voice, this hour, and whatever comes next. When people talk about the senses, they often speak as though they're windows. Sight's a window, hearing is a window, touch is a window. Smell and taste are smaller windows perhaps, but still openings through which reality enters cleanly and honestly. It is a comforting picture. The world is out there, your senses open toward it, and your brain simply receives what arrives. But that is not really how it works. Your senses are not windows, they are filters, they are selective gates, they are translators with limits, biases, and very firm ideas about what is worth passing along. By the time the world reaches your awareness, it has already been edited, reduced, and shaped in ways you never consciously approve and almost never notice. That editing begins before anything like a thought appears. Long before you reflect on what you're seeing or hearing, your sensory systems have already made decisions for you. Some signals are amplified, others are weakened, some are ignored completely. The world that finally appears in your mind feels whole and immediate, but it is not the untouched world. It is a trimmed version, a working draft prepared by biological machinery that evolved not to reveal everything, but to keep you oriented, responsive, and alive. A useful way to think about it is to imagine standing in the middle of a crowded market. There are footsteps on stone, overlapping conversations, distant engines, cloth moving in the breeze, light bouncing from metal and glass, smells from food and smoke and rain, changing temperatures as people pass, tiny textures beneath your shoes, your own heartbeat, your own breathing, perhaps a slight itch on your arm, perhaps the memory of something you were meant to do later. The amount of information available in a single ordinary moment is absurd. If your nervous system tried to hand all of it to you at equal strength and equal importance, you would not experience deeper truth. You would experience confusion. The brain would drown in detail before it could decide what mattered. So the sensory system solves this problem in the only practical way. It edits aggressively. It takes the vastness of the environment and reduces it to a manageable stream. This is not a small correction at the edges. This is the foundation of perception itself. The world you know is the world that survived this reduction. Vision is perhaps the clearest example, mostly because people trust it so much. It feels authoritative. Seeing feels like direct contact, but the eye does not capture the world the way people often imagine. Even before the brain gets involved, the eye is selective. Human vision depends on a narrow band of electromagnetic radiation, the small slice we call visible light. There is far more out there. Infrared, ultraviolet, radio waves, X-rays, all of it exists as part of the same wider physical reality, and almost all of it passes beyond your awareness without ceremony. Not because it is unimportant in some absolute sense, but because your biology was not built to detect it consciously. This is already a humbling thing. What you call the visible world is not the whole world. It is a thin region of what can be sensed in principle. Other animals live inside different slices. Bees detect ultraviolet patterns on flowers that guide them toward nectar. Snakes can sense heat in ways that make warm bodies stand out. Dogs inhabit an olfactory landscape so rich that what seems like one place to you may feel like a layered history of comings and goings to them. Each species gets a tailored version of reality shaped by what its body can detect and what its life requires. Humans are no different. We just happen to be very committed to our own edition. And even with invisible light, your visual system cuts corners. The retina itself is not a uniform sheet of perfect detail. There is a small central region where acuity is sharpest, and outside that center detail falls away more quickly than you tend to realize. You do not experience the world as a blur at the edges because your eyes are constantly moving in tiny jumps, sampling the environment and letting the brain stitch together a sense of stability. You feel as though you're taking in the whole scene all at once. But this is an illusion created by rapid scanning, selective processing, and the brain's talent for hiding gaps. There is also the rather famous blind spot, the place on each retina where the optic nerve exits and no photoreceptors are present. In raw optical terms, there is literally a missing piece in your visual field. But you do not walk around noticing a convenient floating hole in the world. The brain quietly fills it in based on surrounding information. This alone should make perception feel a little less like a mirror and a little more like educated guesswork. The brain does not merely receive what is there, it repairs what is missing without asking permission. Colour offers another gentle deception. It feels as though objects simply possess colour in the way a stone possesses weight. But colour is a constructed experience, built from wavelengths of light interacting with receptors and interpreted in context. The same object can send different patterns of light to your eyes under morning sun, indoor lamps, sunset, or shadow. Yet your brain often maintains a stable sense of the object's colour across changing conditions. This is useful because it helps you recognise things reliably, but it also means you're not seeing raw optical truth. You're seeing a corrected version shaped by assumptions about lighting and consistency. This helps explain why certain colour illusions can seem so startling. People may argue passionately about what colour something is, not because one side is foolish, but because the brain is making different assumptions about illumination and context. Vision is not simply reading data, it is interpreting uncertain signals under time pressure. Most of the time that interpretation is good enough that disagreement never arises. Then a strange image appears and everyone remembers briefly that the system is doing far more backstage work than it likes to admit. Hearing works in similar ways. It feels simple enough. Sound happens, you hear it. But the ear is not collecting all vibrations equally, and the brain is certainly not presenting them neutrally. Human hearing is tuned to particular frequencies, especially those relevant to speech and environmental cues that mattered over evolutionary time. There are sounds dogs hear that you do not. There are low frequencies elephants can communicate with that never reach your conscious awareness in the same way. Again, reality is larger than your slice of it. Within your slice, hearing is selective in another important sense. The brain is constantly deciding which sounds deserve priority. This is why you can sit in a noisy room where many people are speaking and still pick out your own name from across the space. Something about that pattern is tagged as relevant, and the system lifts it from the noise. At the same time, countless other sounds fall away. The rustle of clothing, faint traffic, air systems, tiny mechanical hums, distant footsteps, they all fade unless something about them demands attention. You can notice this especially well when a sound stops. A fan you had not been consciously hearing suddenly clicks off, and only then do you realise it was part of the background. The nervous system had decided it was stable, unimportant, and safe to ignore. This process is a gift. Without it, ordinary life would be a constant assault of trivia. But it also means your experience of sound is not an unbiased acoustic map. It is a carefully pruned arrangement. This pruning happens with touch as well. At any moment your skin is receiving pressure from clothing, temperature from air, contact from the floor or chair, perhaps the resting position of your hands, perhaps the touch of hair against your neck. Yet you do not consciously feel all of it at once with equal intensity. Most of it fades because the nervous system adapts to steady input. Sensory neurons respond strongly to change. A new touch, a shift in pressure, a sudden warmth, a sharp texture, these stand out. Constant contact is pushed toward the background. That is why you stop noticing your socks until something about them becomes wrong. It is why a ring, a watch, or glasses may disappear from awareness once the system decides they are part of the stable scene. This tells you something important about the senses. They are often less interested in reporting what exists than in reporting what changes. A constant signal is usually less urgent than a changing one. From a survival standpoint, this makes sense. The nervous system is not there to produce a complete philosophical inventory of your environment. It is there to alert you to movement, novelty, risk, and opportunity. If something remains the same, it often gets demoted. If something shifts, it moves up the ladder. Smell and taste are perhaps even more obviously filtered, though people tend to think about them less. Humans live in a chemical world, but our access to that world is modest compared with many animals. Even so, the information we do receive is shaped heavily by context, expectation, and adaptation. A smell that strikes you strongly on entering a room may fade within minutes, not because the molecules vanish, but because your sensory system reduces its response to constant exposure. This is useful if you need to notice a new odour entering the environment rather than remaining fixated on the old one. But it also means that even a strong smell is not simply delivered unchanged to consciousness. The system gets used to it, edits it down, and frees capacity for whatever comes next. Taste is tangled with smell so deeply that much of what people call flavour is actually an integration of multiple sensory sources. Temperature matters, texture matters, expectation matters, colour matters. The same drink served under different descriptions can be reported differently. The same food may feel richer or less appealing depending on context, mood, attention, and prior experience. Once again, perception is not a simple delivery of objective qualities. It is a constructed judgment based on limited input and prior learning. All of this editing occurs before conscious interpretation really begins, but the filtering does not stop there. The brain continues to shape sensory information based on attention. Attention is one of the most powerful editors in the system. It decides which parts of the incoming stream receive processing resources and which parts are treated as background. This is why two people can be present in the same place and later report very different experiences. One noticed the music, the other barely heard it. One remembers the expression on a person's face, the other remembers the exact wording of what was said. One saw the dog in the corner, the other somehow missed the dog entirely, which is impressive in its own way. People often assume that if something is right in front of them, they must have perceived it. But perception is not the same as exposure. An object can fall on the retina without becoming part of conscious experience in any meaningful way. If attention is elsewhere, huge things can go unnoticed. This has been shown repeatedly in experiments where participants miss obvious changes or fail to see unexpected objects when focused on another task. The lesson is almost rude in its consistency. You do not perceive everything that reaches your senses. You perceive what your system selects. This is also why multitasking is so frequently overestimated. The mind can switch quickly between tasks or divide resources in limited ways, but it is not equally open to all incoming reality at once. Attention narrows perception. It boosts certain signals and suppresses others. From one angle, this is a limitation. From another, it is the only reason coherent experience is possible. Without selection, there is no clarity, only flood. There is something else the senses do that is easy to miss because it happens so quickly. They emphasize contrast. Vision responds strongly to edges, changes in brightness, differences in color, movement against stillness. Hearing picks out changes in pitch, onset, rhythm, and pattern. Touch highlights the boundary between one texture and another, one temperature and the next. In other words, the senses are often less interested in absolute values than in differences. A constant level of light matters less than a sudden shift. A steady tone fades more than a change in tone. A uniform surface says less than an edge. This allows organisms to detect useful structure in the environment, but it means we are tuned more to variation than to reality in any total sense. That tuning can create distortions of its own. A medium-sized problem may feel huge if it appears against a calm background. A normal sound may feel shockingly loud in the middle of silence. A faint light may look bright in darkness and unremarkable in daylight. Perception is relative not only in the large philosophical sense, but in the practical moment-to-moment sense. Your sensory systems are always comparing, scaling, adjusting. They are asking not only what is present, but what is present relative to what came before and what surrounds it now. This is one reason adaptation can be so powerful. Step into cold water and it feels freezing. Wait a while and it feels less cold. Walk into bright sunlight from a dim room and you squint. Stay there and your vision adjusts. Lift a heavy object and another one may feel strangely light afterward. In each case, the nervous system recalibrates based on recent input. Your experience is not a direct reading of the world. It is a reading shaped by current context and recent history. Expectation can reach down into this filtering process too. The brain does not wait passively for sensory information before preparing an interpretation. It often predicts what is likely to be there and tunes perception accordingly. If you're expecting your phone to buzz, you may feel it when it has not. If you're walking through your house at night feeling uneasy, a harmless creak may acquire the character of a threat. If someone tells you a drink is expensive and expertly made, you may genuinely experience it as tasting better. The senses are not sealed off from belief. They work in partnership with it. That does not mean perception is imaginary. The world still constrains what you can perceive. If a table is in front of you, your brain cannot simply turn it into a giraffe because the mood calls for it. But within those constraints, interpretation begins astonishingly early. Sensory systems are not impartial couriers. They are part of a predictive organism trying to make fast sense of ambiguous input. This becomes especially clear when you think about pain. Pain feels like perhaps the most direct sensation of all. Something hurts, and the body reports it. But pain is not a simple measure of tissue damage. It is an output shaped by context, attention, fear, meaning, memory, and expectation. The same physical injury can feel different depending on the situation. A soldier may barely notice a wound in the middle of battle. A small injury can feel overwhelming when accompanied by anxiety. Placebos can reduce pain. Stress can heighten it. Attention can enlarge it. Distraction can soften it. Pain is real, but it is also interpreted. Even here, at the level of bodily alarm, the nervous system is editing reality in terms of what seems urgent, dangerous, and meaningful. You can extend this to many sensory experiences. Fatigue changes how loud the world feels. Hunger changes what smells attractive. Illness changes taste. Stress changes which sounds seem threatening, and which facial expressions appear hostile. There is no detached observer floating above the senses. Perception is always happening inside a body with needs, vulnerabilities, and ongoing internal states. The filter is never neutral because the organism is never neutral. That may sound a little unsettling at first. People often want a clean division between the world and their experience of it. They want to believe their senses offer a stable bridge from one to the other. But biology has never promised that kind of purity. It offers something more practical, and in its own way, more impressive. It offers a living system capable of extracting enough meaning from overwhelming complexity to function in real time. It is messy, selective, biased, and often brilliant. You can see the brilliance in the way perception simplifies without making life impossible. Imagine if every leaf on a tree demanded equal attention. Every thread in a carpet, every tiny shift in the shadow of a wall, every trace smell in the room, every pressure point against your skin. Nothing would stand out because everything would. Meaning requires filtering. Clarity, oddly enough, depends on omission. The problem is that once the filtering is good enough, you stop noticing there was filtering at all. The edited world becomes the obvious one. The selected signals become reality itself. This is why certainty can feel so natural. When perception arrives in consciousness, it usually comes with confidence. You do not see a face and think, here is my current best approximation based on selective retinal processing, contextual interpretation, and attentional allocation. You simply think, there is a face. You do not hear a sentence and think, my auditory system and language networks have generated a likely decoding under noisy conditions. You think, that is what they said. The sensory filter is so efficient precisely because it hides itself, yet every so often the hiding fails, and those moments are wonderfully revealing. You mishear a word and the corrected version suddenly becomes obvious. You read the same sentence twice because your brain inserted what it expected rather than what was there. You fail to notice something that later feels impossible to have missed. You smell something strongly, then not at all. You stop feeling your clothes until a seam turns inconvenient. You think the room is quiet until a background sound stops and takes the silence with it. These little slips are not random errors floating on the surface of an otherwise transparent system. They are reminders that the senses are constantly shaping your world before you have any say in the matter. In that sense, the first filter is not one filter, but many. It is the narrow bandwidth of what your body can detect. It is the tuning of receptors to certain kinds of signal. It is the amplification of change over constancy. It is the suppression of the familiar. It is the selection of the relevant. It is the adjustment to context. It is the influence of expectation. It is the needs of the body leaning quietly on the interpretation of incoming data. All of this happens before the tidy, finished product arrives and you call it reality. And still, the truly remarkable part is that it works as well as it does. You can read faces, cross streets, notice danger, enjoy music, taste food, find your bed in the dark, wake to your name, recognize a friend at a distance, hear concern in a voice, sense when a room has changed. The filtering does not make perception useless, it makes it possible. The difficulty begins only when we forget that possibility is not perfection. So the senses do not merely reveal the world, they choose from it, they edit it down, they prepare it in forms your brain can handle, they hand you not the full external reality, but a survival-shaped draft, coherent enough to trust most of the time, limited enough to mistake for completeness, and flexible enough that what you notice next may depend on what you expect, what you fear, what you need, and what your brain has already decided deserves to come through. If you pause for a moment and look around, it feels as though the world is simply there, waiting patiently to be noticed. Light fills the room, objects hold their shape, sounds arrive with meaning already attached, and the surfaces you touch seem to report their qualities directly to you. It feels immediate, almost effortless. But what reaches your brain is not light as you imagine it, not sound as you experience it, not touch as it seems to exist on your skin. What reaches your brain are signals, small bursts of electrical activity, patterns of change moving through networks of cells, fragments of information that need to be interpreted before they resemble anything like the world you think you are perceiving. The difference between signals and truth is easy to overlook because the translation process is so smooth. You never hear the raw input. You never see the unfinished version. By the time perception arrives in your awareness, the brain has already done its work. It has taken signals and turned them into something coherent, something familiar, something you can act on. And because that final product feels stable and complete, it is easy to assume that it must be a direct reflection of reality. But the brain is not receiving truth in its final form. It is building it from pieces. Start with light, because vision gives the strongest impression of directness. When you look at an object, it feels like you're seeing it as it is. But the brain never receives objects. It never receives colors, shapes, or scenes. It receives patterns of light energy converted into electrical signals. Photons enter the eye and strike the retina, where specialized cells respond differently depending on wavelength and intensity. Those cells do not send tiny pictures into the brain. They send changes in activity, rates of firing, differences across small regions, edges where brightness shifts, movements where patterns change over time. The brain takes those signals and begins assembling something that resembles a world. It detects boundaries because edges are informative. It identifies contrast because differences matter more than uniform fields. It tracks motion because movement often signals relevance. It groups elements that appear related. It fills in missing information. It stabilizes the scene even though your eyes are constantly moving. All of this happens quickly, quietly, and outside of conscious awareness. What you experience is not the raw signal, but the interpretation. This is why two people can look at the same thing and notice different details. The signals entering their eyes may be similar, but the interpretation depends on prior experience, attention, expectation, and context. The brain does not passively reconstruct reality. It actively decides what kind of reality to build from the available data. That decision is usually invisible, but it shapes everything that follows. Even something as simple as brightness is not as simple as it appears. A grey square placed on a dark background can look lighter than the same grey square placed on a bright background. The physical signal reaching the eye may be identical, but the brain interprets it differently based on surrounding context. It is not reporting absolute light levels. It is constructing a meaningful scene. It is asking, in effect, what this patch of light likely represents within the broader environment. The result feels like truth, but it is a conclusion. Sound follows a similar path, though it often feels more abstract. When someone speaks, you hear words, tone, intention, meaning. But what arrives at the ear is vibration in air. Pressure waves travel inward, causing the structures of the ear to move. Inside the inner ear, those movements are translated into neural signals. Different frequencies activate different regions. Timing patterns carry information about rhythm and sequence. Volume affects intensity. The brain receives all of this not as speech, but as coded input. From that input, it constructs language. It separates voices from background noise. It identifies familiar patterns and matches them to stored knowledge. It fills in missing sounds when speech is unclear. It even corrects what you think you heard after the fact, depending on context. This is why you can mishear a word and only realize it later when the sentence no longer makes sense. The brain is constantly predicting what it expects to hear and adjusting the incoming signal to match. There are moments when this becomes especially obvious. If you listen to a sentence in a noisy environment, you may feel as though you heard it clearly, even though parts of the sound were masked. The brain uses context to reconstruct what was likely said. It is not replaying a perfect recording. It is solving a problem. Given partial data, what is the most probable interpretation? Most of the time, this works beautifully. Occasionally, it produces errors that reveal how much of perception is reconstruction rather than reception. Touch might seem more grounded, more directly tied to reality, but it too is a translation. When you press your hand against a surface, what reaches your brain is not smoothness or roughness in any pure sense. It is a pattern of pressure, vibration, temperature, and movement across receptors in your skin. Some receptors respond to light touch, others respond to deeper pressure. Some detect temperature changes, others detect pain or potential damage. These signals travel through the nervous system and are combined into the experience of texture. That experience feels immediate. You do not think about receptors firing or signals traveling. You simply feel the surface. But the sensation is constructed. The brain interprets patterns of input and produces a unified perception. That perception can change depending on context. A surface may feel different depending on how quickly you move your hand across it. A temperature may feel more or less intense depending on what you felt just before. Even the location of touch can be influenced by expectation and attention. The body map in the brain is not a perfect replica of the body. It is a functional representation, shaped by use and importance. There are experiments where people can be made to feel touch in places that were not actually touched, or to misjudge where on their body a sensation occurred. These are not rare glitches. They are reminders that the brain is inferring location based on signals, not directly accessing a fixed map. The experience of touch is reliable enough for everyday life, but it is not immune to interpretation. One of the most important things to understand is that signals are always incomplete. No sensory system captures everything. The brain must work with what it has, and what it has is often ambiguous. Light can be interpreted in multiple ways. Sounds can overlap. Touch can be unclear. The brain resolves this ambiguity by using prior knowledge. It compares incoming signals to patterns it has learned before. It uses memory as a guide. This is efficient, but it also means that perception is influenced by the past as much as by the present. This influence is subtle. You do not feel as though your memories are interfering with perception. Instead, they shape it quietly. When you see a familiar object, recognition feels instant. But that recognition depends on stored patterns. The brain is matching current input to previous experience. When something is unfamiliar, perception feels slower, less certain. The brain has fewer patterns to draw on, so interpretation becomes more effortful. This is why expertise changes perception. A trained musician hears details in sound that others miss. A radiologist sees patterns in medical images that look like noise to an untrained eye. A painter notices subtle variations in colour and light. In each case, the sensory input is similar, but the interpretation differs because the brain has learned different patterns. Perception is not just about what enters the senses, it is about what the brain knows how to see. Another layer of complexity comes from timing. Signals do not all arrive at once. Light, sound, and touch are processed at slightly different speeds. Yet your experience feels unified. The brain aligns these signals in time, creating the impression that everything is happening simultaneously. This alignment is not perfect, but it is close enough that you rarely notice discrepancies. Once again, the brain is constructing coherence from imperfect input. There are moments when this construction becomes visible. In certain illusions, a visual event may seem to occur before a sound that actually happened earlier, or vice versa. The brain adjusts timing to create a consistent narrative. It prefers a coherent story over strict accuracy and timing. This is not a flaw in the sense of failure. It is a design choice shaped by the need to make sense of the world quickly. The idea that perception is based on signals rather than truth can feel unsettling at first. It suggests that what you experience is not a direct window into reality, but a model, a representation, a best guess. But this does not mean that perception is arbitrary. The model is constrained by the external world. If it were not, it would not be useful. The brain's interpretations must align with reality closely enough to guide action. You can walk through a doorway without colliding with the frame. You can catch a moving object. You can recognize faces. These abilities depend on the model being accurate in practical terms. The key point is that accuracy in practical terms is not the same as completeness or objectivity. The brain does not need to represent every detail. It needs to represent enough detail to function. It prioritizes meaning over precision. It simplifies where possible. It generalizes where helpful. It fills gaps where necessary. The result is a version of reality that is stable and actionable, but not exhaustive. This also explains why perception can be influenced by expectation in powerful ways. If you expect to see something, you're more likely to interpret ambiguous signals in that direction. If you expect to hear a certain word, unclear sound may be heard as that word. The brain is constantly balancing incoming data with predicted patterns. When the data is weak or noisy, prediction plays a larger role. This is efficient, but it can lead to systematic errors. You can see this in everyday situations. Reading quickly, you may skip over errors in text because your brain fills in what it expects to be there. Listening to a familiar phrase, you may not notice slight changes. In dim light, you may mistake one object for another. These are not random mistakes. They follow from the way the brain uses prior knowledge to interpret signals. Emotion also shapes how signals are interpreted. A neutral sound may feel threatening if you are anxious. A facial expression may seem unfriendly if you're already on edge. The signals themselves may be the same, but the interpretation shifts. The brain is not separating perception from internal state. It is integrating them. This integration can be helpful, allowing rapid responses to potential danger. It can also lead to distortions when internal state does not match external reality. The important thing to remember is that you never experience the signals themselves. You experience the result of the brain's interpretation. There is no moment where you step outside this process and access reality in a raw, unfiltered form. Even the sense that you are seeing things clearly as part of the constructed experience. The brain produces not only the perception, but also the feeling of certainty that accompanies it. That feeling of certainty is useful. It allows you to act without constant doubt, but it can also be misleading. When you feel sure of what you saw or heard, it does not guarantee that your perception matches reality perfectly. It only means that the brain has settled on an interpretation and is presenting it confidently. In this way, perception is both powerful and limited. It allows you to navigate a complex world with remarkable efficiency. It also hides the processes that make that navigation possible. The signals entering your brain are not truth, they are clues. The brain assembles those clues into a story that feels like reality. Most of the time, that story is good enough. Occasionally it reveals its own construction, and as we move further it becomes clearer that even after signals are translated, the story is not finished. The brain continues to shape, adjust, and sometimes invent what you experience, often without leaving any trace of how much work went into making the world feel as simple as it does right now. There is a peculiar confidence the mind gives you as you move through ordinary life. You look at a room and it seems complete. You hear a sentence and it seems whole. You remember a familiar face and it feels fixed, solid, fully known. The strange part is that none of these experiences are actually complete in the way they seem. At every moment, perception is full of missing pieces. Some of them are small and harmless. Some are large enough that, if they were laid bare all at once, daily experience would feel much more unstable than it does. Yet you do not usually notice these holes because the mind is constantly patching them. It fills blanks, extends patterns, smooths over uncertainty, and quietly invents what is absent so that the world can go on feeling continuous. This is not a rare quirk of the human brain. It is one of its core habits. The mind cannot wait for perfect information, because perfect information never arrives. The senses are limited, attention is narrow, memory is incomplete, and the world keeps moving whether you have understood it fully or not. So the brain does what efficient biological systems tend to do. It guesses. More accurately, it makes informed guesses so quickly and so smoothly that they arrive disguised as reality itself. You can start with sight, because vision provides some of the clearest examples. When you look around a room, it feels as though the whole scene is present in equal richness. You feel as though you are taking in the entire layout, the furniture, the light, the walls, the objects on the table, perhaps the folds in a blanket, perhaps the shape of a doorway, all at once in one stable view. But your visual system does not actually construct the world that way. Most of your sharpest detail comes from a relatively small central region of vision. Your eyes are jumping constantly in tiny rapid movements, sampling bits of the scene. The brain then combines these samples into a single impression of fullness. It gives you the feeling that the room was always there in complete detail, even though you built that completeness through a series of fast partial glimpses. This is already a kind of invention. The world feels fully rendered because the brain prefers coherence to raw honesty about the limits of sampling. It would be very distracting if each moment of vision came with a running notice that only part of the scene is currently being inspected at high resolution, while the rest is being inferred. So instead, the brain offers confidence. It takes fragments and hands you a whole. The blind spot is one of the more direct examples. Each eye has a place on the retina where the optic nerve exits, and no light-sensitive cells are present. In simple terms, there is missing visual information. Not reduced information, missing information. Yet you do not usually notice a dark hole floating in front of you. The brain fills the region using surrounding patterns, colour, texture, and expectation. It does this so effectively that most people can go years without ever thinking about it. The missing patch does not feel missing because the mind refuses to leave an empty space unaccounted for. A gap is not presented as a gap. It is quietly repaired. That repair tells you something important. The mind does not merely report what is available. It constructs what is likely. Faced with absence, it does not shrug and leave blankness exposed. It asks what ought to be there, based on the nearby scene, and then it supplies an answer. Usually that answer is good enough, but good enough is a very different thing from directly perceived. This tendency goes far beyond the blind spot. Visual illusions often work by exploiting the brain's eagerness to fill in what is implied, but not fully shown. If part of a shape is hidden, the mind often completes it. If a familiar pattern is only partly visible, the brain may recognize it anyway and treat the unseen parts as present. If movement is suggested, the mind may perceive motion even in a still image. It is not waiting for complete evidence. It is completing the picture based on rules that normally help make perception faster and more stable. You can notice this in very ordinary settings. A jacket draped over a chair in dim light looks for a moment like a person sitting silently in the room. A shadow at the edge of vision seems to move. A face appears in the arrangement of windows on a building, or in the front of a car, or in the pattern of stains on a wall. This last habit is so common it has a name. The brain is especially quick to detect faces, because in human life faces matter enormously. Better to see one too readily than to miss one when it matters. So the mind fills the gap. 2 dots and a line become a face. A vague arrangement becomes a watcher. The world is full of things that are almost patterns, and the brain is full of energy for turning almost into yes. This does not happen only in vision. Hearing is deeply shaped by the same principle. In conversation, you often feel as though you're hearing every word cleanly, but in many real environments speech is fragmented by noise, distance, overlapping voices, poor acoustics, and the simple fact that people do not always speak clearly. Yet your mind manages remarkably well. It uses context, sentence structure, expectation, and familiarity to reconstruct what was probably said. If a sound is swallowed by background noise, the brain may patch it in so smoothly that you do not notice it was absent. Only later, if something in the sentence feels odd, do you realize you may not have heard it clearly after all. This is part of why song lyrics are so often misheard. The auditory signal is not always crisp, but the brain refuses to leave it unresolved. It finds the closest likely pattern and settles on it. Once settled, it can become stubborn. You may hear the mistaken version for years because the brain has already built a complete interpretation and filed it away as fact. Again, a gap did not remain a gap. It became a filled space that felt true. In noisy places, this habit is even more impressive. You can sit in a restaurant or on a train platform and follow a conversation even when parts of it are masked by other sounds. Your ears are not receiving a perfect stream. Your mind is collaborating with what the ears manage to pick up. It is predicting, inferring, smoothing, and stitching. When the process works well, the finished sentence feels continuous. The breaks disappear. But continuity was manufactured. The mind made the line feel unbroken because broken lines are harder to use. Touch behaves in similar ways, though people tend not to think about it in the same terms. If an object brushes your skin lightly and then moves away, the brain may interpret the path of that motion as smoother and more complete than the exact signals would justify. If 2 touches happen in quick succession, the mind may experience one continuous movement between them. If sensory input is ambiguous, the brain organizes it into a plausible bodily event. It prefers a coherent physical story over a collection of disconnected signals. You do not want to live in a body that feels like a box full of unrelated electrical alerts. You want a body that feels like one body moving through one world, so the brain gives you that, even when the raw data is patchy. What makes all this especially interesting is that the brain's inventions are not random fantasies. They are constrained by probability. The mind does not usually fill gaps with wild nonsense. It fills them with what is most likely according to past experience, current context, and learned patterns. This is why the inventions often go unnoticed. They are sensible. They fit. They match the world well enough that they do not draw suspicion. The more ordinary the guess, the more invisible it becomes. Memory works the same way, which is one reason memory can be so deceptive. People often imagine memory as storage, as though experiences are placed on a shelf and retrieved intact later. But memory is much closer to reconstruction. When you recall an event, you're not opening a sealed container and taking out a perfect recording. You're rebuilding the event from pieces. Some pieces come from the original experience. Some come from later knowledge. Some come from emotion. Some come from assumptions about how events like that usually unfold. The mind fills missing parts with whatever makes the story hold together. This can be useful. Without reconstruction, memory would be rigid and difficult to use. A brain that could only replay exact details without interpretation might struggle to generalize, summarize, or learn from experience. Reconstruction allows flexibility. It helps you grasp the meaning of an event rather than drowning in every trivial detail. But flexibility has a cost. The more the mind fills gaps during recall, the less memory behaves like a camera, and the more it behaves like a storyteller trying to preserve the gist while quietly repairing what it has forgotten. That is why confidence in memory can be so misleading. A person may sincerely remember details that were never there, or fail to notice that parts of a memory were supplied later. The completed memory feels whole, and wholeness is persuasive. The mind does not mark invented portions with a neat label. It blends them into the rest. Once again, a gap becomes an answer. Language itself depends on this filling-in habit. Human communication would be painfully slow without it. We do not speak with perfect precision. We leave things implied. We trail off. We use vague references. We expect others to infer meaning from context. And usually they do. When someone says it's cold in here, the listener may hear not just a report about temperature, but an implied request to close a window or adjust the heat. The literal signal is incomplete. Meaning is completed by the mind of the listener. Social life depends on this kind of completion. People are forever receiving fragments and building intentions around them. Of course, this is also where misunderstanding begins, because when the mind fills gaps in social situations, it does not do so from neutral ground. It uses mood, insecurity, hope, fear, memory, and prior beliefs. A delayed reply may be read as indifference, busyness, annoyance, or simple forgetfulness depending on what the receiver's mind is prepared to supply. A brief facial expression may be interpreted as judgment when it was really distraction. A short sentence may feel cold because the mind has filled the silence around it with tone and motive. Humans do not merely hear what is said. They build what they think is meant. And very often what is built says as much about the builder as about the original signal. There is also a bodily reason the mind prefers to fill gaps quickly. Uncertainty is metabolically and emotionally expensive. The nervous system likes stability. A half-seen object, a half-heard sound, a half-understood intention, all of these create tension because they leave the organism without a clear model of what is going on. Is it safe or unsafe? Relevant or irrelevant? Friendly or threatening? Near or far? The faster the brain can settle on an answer, the faster the rest of the body can move on. Completion is calming. Incomplete things ask for processing. Complete things can be used. This is one reason anxiety can sharpen gap filling in unhelpful ways. When the brain is on alert, it becomes less tolerant of ambiguity. It pushes harder toward interpretation, often threatening interpretation. A vague noise becomes a sign of danger. An unread message becomes a bad sign. An unclear symptom becomes serious illness. The gaps are still there, but the mind feels a stronger need to close them quickly, and it often closes them with worst-case answers. The process is the same as in ordinary perception, just tilted by state. The brain is still inventing what it cannot fully see. It is simply doing so under pressure. On the other side, hope and desire can guide invention just as strongly. Person waiting for good news may read neutral signals optimistically. Someone longing for affection may see signs of it in ambiguous gestures. Someone attached to a belief may fill evidential gaps in ways that protect that belief. The mind is not merely a perception machine. It is also a comfort machine, a prediction machine, a social machine, and a survival machine. Its inventions are shaped by what the person needs, fears, and expects. This becomes especially clear in the way we experience continuity over time. Life feels like a smooth stream, but conscious awareness is not a simple, unbroken beam. Attention shifts. Sensory input fluctuates. Thoughts interrupt perception. Memory bridges missing moments. The mind continuously creates the feeling of a stable self moving through a stable world, even though the underlying processes are distributed, discontinuous, and full of little edits. In a sense, your experience of reality is a carefully maintained patchwork that feels seamless because the sewing is hidden. It may help to think of the mind less as a passive witness, and more as an editor working under impossible deadlines. The editor never gets the full footage, scenes are missing, audio drops out, lighting changes, parts of the script are smudged, yet the final cut still has to make sense before the next second arrives. So the editor uses continuity rules. It assumes the mug on the table remains the same mug from one glance to the next. It assumes the person speaking intends their sentence to be coherent. It assumes the hallway continues behind the door. It assumes the thing partly hidden behind the curtain is still whole. It assumes the friend who sounded tired in the message still cares. It assumes, predicts, and fills. Because without these habits, the world would feel shattered into fragments. Children show this process in a raw and revealing way. They are learning the regularities of the world, learning what usually follows what counts as a face, a word, a person, a threat, a game. Their minds are rapidly building models that will later allow for quick completion. At first, they may be more literal in some ways, and more imaginative in others because the library of likely patterns is still under construction. As experience accumulates, the mind gets better at filling gaps efficiently. It recognizes partial information faster. It predicts more accurately. It also becomes more likely to mistake the familiar completion for direct perception. Expertise makes this even stronger. A skilled reader barely notices how many letters and words are only partly processed before meaning is completed. An experienced driver can infer a traffic situation from a quick glance. A musician can hear where a melody is going before it arrives. A doctor can suspect a diagnosis from a cluster of partial clues. Expertise is, in many ways, refined gap-filling. The expert brain has a richer model of what usually goes together, so it can supply missing pieces more quickly and often more accurately. But even expertise does not eliminate invention. It simply improves the quality of the guesses. There is something deeply practical about all this. A brain that refused to fill in gaps would be painfully slow. It would pause before every ambiguity, waiting for full evidence that never quite comes. That kind of system might be admirable in a philosophy seminar and disastrous in a moving world. So the mind becomes a prediction engine. It anticipates completion, because completion lets action continue. The price is that sometimes what feels seen was partly imagined, what feels heard was partly inferred, what feels remembered was partly rebuilt, and what feels certain was only the smooth confidence of a guess that happened to arrive cleanly. This should not lead to despair about knowing anything. The brain's inventions are often remarkably effective. They allow you to read, walk, listen, navigate, speak, and relate with astonishing fluency. A species that filled gaps badly would not have gone very far. The trouble begins only when we mistake useful completion for total access. The mind's talent for inventing what it cannot see is one of the reasons reality feels manageable. It is also one of the reasons we become so sure of things we never fully perceived. It is worth noticing how often this fills your quiet moments. You hear a sound in another room and immediately picture the cause. You see the corner of an object and assume the rest. You read a message and imagine the tone. You remember an evening and smooth the sequence so it feels more orderly than it was. You glance at someone's face and infer the mood. In each case, the mind moves from fragment to whole with very little hesitation. That movement is not an occasional embellishment. It is a basic feature of being conscious at all. And so the world you experience is not only what arrives at the senses, it is also what the mind adds so that the arriving fragments can become a usable scene. Missing pieces become completed edges, probable sounds, stable objects, coherent motives, continuous stories, and smooth memories. The gaps do not remain visible long enough to unsettle you. They are covered over by prediction, habit, and need, which is why the next layer of the story becomes even more important. Because once the mind has learned to fill empty spaces, it does not stop there. It begins to find patterns everywhere, even when the world has offered only a few hints and a strong invitation to guess. One of the brain's most useful talents is also one of its most misleading. It is the ability to find patterns. Without that ability, you would not survive long, learn language, recognize faces, understand music, predict weather, read emotion, or move through a social world with anything resembling confidence. Pattern detection is not some decorative extra added on top of intelligence. It is the basic method by which the brain turns chaos into structure. The trouble is that a brain built to find patterns does not stop politely when the pattern is real. It keeps going. It detects, suggests, connects, completes, and sometimes invents meaning where no stable meaning exists at all. This happens because raw reality is often messy. Events are noisy, causes overlap, coincidences occur, details are incomplete, the future is uncertain. If the brain waited for perfect proof before detecting regularity, it would be too slow to be useful, so it works with probabilities. It notices repeated pairings, recurring shapes, familiar sequences, and emotional signals that seem to belong together. That is usually a strength, but the very mechanism that helps you learn the world also makes you vulnerable to seeing order in randomness, intention in accident, and messages in coincidence. A good place to start is with something simple, like clouds. People see animals in clouds all the time. Faces, dragons, ships, maps, hands, all sorts of things appear in shifting vapour. Nobody is especially shocked by this because it feels harmless and obvious. Of course the mind finds shapes there, but that small habit tells you something large. The brain is not merely receiving visual input and labelling it carefully. It is actively trying to turn ambiguous information into familiar forms. A vague arrangement of light and shadow is not left vague for long. The brain leans toward recognition. The same thing happens with walls, tree bark, spilled coffee, stains on ceilings, the front of cars, the arrangement of windows on buildings, and almost anything else that offers a loose suggestion of a known form. Faces are especially common because the human brain is extremely tuned to detect them. That makes sense. Faces matter. They carry identity, emotion, threat, safety, kinship, attention, and intention. Missing a face that matters is costly. Seeing one where none exists is usually cheap, so the system is biased. It would rather risk a few false positives than fail to detect something socially important. This bias is not limited to vision. In sound, people hear patterns constantly. Sometimes this is charming, as when rhythm emerges from train tracks, or the hum of machinery starts to feel musical. Sometimes it is more revealing. A random series of sounds may begin to seem like footsteps. Noise through a wall may begin to sound like speech. A backward recording may appear to contain hidden words once someone tells you what to listen for. Again, the brain is not being ridiculous by accident. It is doing what it was built to do. It is trying to turn ambiguity into something meaningful enough to use. That last phrase matters. Meaningful enough to use. The brain does not need every pattern to be objectively true in order for the pattern detection system to be worth having. It only needs the system to be useful often enough. From an evolutionary point of view, it is usually better to assume there may be a pattern than to overlook one. A rustle in the grass may be nothing. It may also be the thing that eats you. A particular smell may mean food, danger, decay, illness, or company. A look on someone's face may signal anger, fear, interest, or boredom. Organisms that detect possible patterns quickly have an advantage, even if they occasionally overread the scene. This is why the brain is so ready to connect events that occur close together. If one thing follows another, the mind begins to suspect a relationship. Sometimes that suspicion is correct. Fire follows sparks, illness follows contamination, praise follows effort, rain follows certain clouds. Learning depends on making these associations, but the same process can also create false links. You wear a certain shirt on a lucky day, and now the shirt feels lucky. You think about someone and then they message you, and suddenly the coincidence feels charged with hidden significance. You have a headache after eating a certain food once, and the food begins to seem suspicious even if the connection was accidental. The brain is not especially patient with randomness. Randomness is cognitively unsatisfying. It does not guide action well. It leaves too much unresolved. Pattern, on the other hand, is useful. Pattern tells you what to expect next. It allows preparation. It supports control, or at least the feeling of control. So when the world offers repeated events, the mind often links them whether or not the link is justified. It would rather have a flawed model than no model at all. This helps explain superstition. Superstitions are often treated as though they belong to a strange separate corner of the mind, but they are really an exaggerated version of a very normal process. If an action seems to be followed by a desired outcome a few times, the brain takes interest. It starts to encode the sequence. Repeat it enough, especially under emotional conditions like competition, risk, or uncertainty, and the sequence can feel meaningful. Suddenly a ritual appears. The person knows, at least on some level, that the logic is shaky, but the pattern has become psychologically sticky because the brain is built to preserve possible predictive relationships. Athletes are famous for this. A certain routine before a match, a certain order of preparation, a certain pair of socks, a certain song, a certain meal. These rituals are often not irrational in the sense people assume. They are a way of stabilizing uncertainty. They give the brain a sense of structure under pressure. Sometimes they may even improve performance indirectly by reducing anxiety. But the deeper point is that the mind is always trying to connect action and outcome. When it cannot know the true causes, it may settle for nearby repetitions and call them meaningful. Humans also find patterns in social behavior constantly, and this is where things become both more useful and more dangerous. Social life depends on pattern recognition. You learn that a certain tone of voice means irritation, that a certain smile is genuine and another is polite, that someone who goes quiet in a particular way is usually upset, that someone who delays responses tends to be overwhelmed rather than uninterested. These patterns allow you to navigate relationships, but they can also become overgeneralized. A person may decide that one small behavior always means rejection, or that one kind of expression always signals contempt, or that a brief delay always means something is wrong. The problem is not that pattern recognition enters relationships. It must. The problem is that once the brain has found a pattern, it starts looking for confirming examples. This is where human certainty often becomes self-reinforcing. You begin to expect a particular meaning, and then you notice every sign that supports it while overlooking the many moments that do not. If you think people are judging you, neutral faces start to look slightly negative. If you think someone is distant, ambiguous behaviour gets sorted into the evidence pile. If you think you are unlucky, every mishap feels like proof of an existing rule. The pattern becomes easier to see because the mind has started searching for it. This does not happen because people are foolish in some general sense. It happens because a pattern, once formed, helps organise the world. The brain prefers organised worlds. It likes compressing reality into manageable rules. This kind of person is safe. That kind of room is uncomfortable. These symptoms mean trouble. Those expressions mean approval. The more emotionally charged the pattern, the more readily it is preserved, because emotions tell the brain what matters. Fear is especially powerful here. A fearful brain becomes a rapid pattern-making machine. It is constantly scanning for signs that danger is near. In that state, weak signals can become strong meanings very quickly. A noise at night is no longer just a noise. A silence in conversation is no longer just silence. A bodily sensation is no longer just a sensation. It becomes evidence. The anxious brain does not enjoy leaving things unexplained. It links, it interprets, it warns, and because warnings feel urgent, they often arrive with more force than uncertainty itself. But positive emotion can do the same in gentler ways. Hope, longing, affection, and desire can all make patterns appear stronger than they are. A person who wants good news will see it coming in small hints. Someone who wants to be loved will detect signs of affection in thin evidence. Someone deeply invested in a plan will interpret setbacks as part of a larger meaningful path rather than random difficulty. Sometimes this is adaptive. Hope keeps effort alive. But it also reminds us that pattern detection is not cold logic. It is shaped by what the person wants to be true. Memory then joins the process and makes the pattern feel even more stable. Once the brain thinks it has found a meaningful pattern, memory begins storing experiences in ways that preserve that pattern. Events that fit are easier to recall. Events that do not fit may fade or feel like exceptions. Over time, a person can become increasingly convinced that the world behaves according to a certain rule, not because the rule has been tested carefully, but because memory has been selectively organised around it. The pattern is not just seen in the moment, it is built into the story of the self. This is one reason first impressions can be so stubborn. You meet someone and your brain forms a quick pattern. Warm or cold, sharp or dull, trustworthy or risky. Once that pattern exists, later information is filtered through it. The person smiles and it confirms your initial sense. The person acts awkwardly and you explain it away if it does not fit, or treat it as decisive if it does. The pattern, once made, starts behaving like a lens. It does not merely describe what you noticed, it shapes what you notice next. There is also a deeper comfort in pattern itself. Pattern reduces uncertainty, and uncertainty is tiring. This is true not only for individuals but for cultures. Human groups create stories, symbols, rituals, moral frameworks, and shared explanations, partly because a patterned world feels more livable than an unstructured one. People want events to connect. They want suffering to mean something, success to have rules, history to have direction, personal lives to have narrative shape. A world that contains only scattered accidents is hard to live inside emotionally. So minds and societies alike work to create order. This does not mean all meaning is false. Far from it. Real patterns exist everywhere. Language is patterned. Music is patterned. Seasons are patterned. Human habits are patterned. Biology is patterned. Social life is patterned. Science itself depends on discovering real regularities in the world. The point is not that pattern recognition is bad, it is that the system is so valuable that it sometimes overreaches. It sometimes promotes a weak signal into a strong meaning simply because strong meaning is easier to live with. You can see this overreach in gambling very clearly. Random processes still trigger the human appetite for pattern. A roulette wheel lands on red several times and someone begins to feel black is now due, as though chance has memory. A person wins after tapping the table twice, and the action begins to feel strangely important. A losing streak takes on the shape of a story. The mind cannot help but search for order even in systems that are designed to be indifferent. Randomness without intention is one of the hardest things for the brain to accept emotionally, even when it understands it intellectually. The same thing happens with bodily symptoms. A strange sensation appears, then another, and the mind begins building a pattern. Sometimes this is wise. The body does send real signals. Sometimes it is misleading. Normal fluctuations become joined into a frightening narrative. The brain is always asking what belongs together. Once it starts grouping sensations into a suspected pattern, each new sensation may feel like confirmation. This is one reason health anxiety can become so convincing. The pattern does not need to be correct in order to feel coherent. The visual world is full of these habits too. We group nearby objects as belonging together. We assume lines continue smoothly. We see causes behind motion. We treat clusters as intentional arrangements. Even when shown truly random distributions, people often report shapes, tendencies, and structures. The brain is almost offended by pure randomness. It keeps trying to rescue it by imposing form. There is an old comfort in that. The same pattern-detecting mind that finds faces in clouds also finds melody in vibration, language in sound, prediction in experience, and beauty in repetition. Without this tendency, there would be no reading, no music, no anticipation, no social intuition, no scientific reasoning, no shared symbols. The cost of the gift is over-interpretation. The same brain that sees the friend in the distance recognizes the tune after a few notes and learns which berries are safe, also invents signs, messages, conspiracies, destinies, and hidden connections from limited evidence. Conspiracy thinking is, in many ways, pattern detection under emotional and social strain. Large events feel as though they ought to have large causes. Coincidences feel too sharp to be accidental. Separate details become linked into a larger hidden design. The resulting explanation can feel deeply satisfying because it removes randomness and replaces it with intention. Intention is easier for the social brain to understand than chaos. Even frightening intention can feel cleaner than meaningless disorder. A plot, however dark, still has structure. Structure is soothing to the pattern-hungry mind. This is also why people can become convinced that everything makes sense now, once a powerful explanatory story arrives. The story acts like a net, gathering loose details and pulling them into a single form. The emotional payoff can be enormous. Confusion turns into certainty. Randomness turns into plan. Isolation turns into insight. But the presence of that emotional payoff should itself make us cautious, because the brain loves patterns that relieve tension. In ordinary life, the same dynamic appears in much smaller ways. You have one difficult conversation and begin to think a friendship is changing permanently. You notice a few tired days and begin telling a larger story about decline. You get several green lights in a row and joke that the universe is finally on your side. These are tiny examples, but they show how naturally the mind moves from event to meaning. It wants the day to have a shape. It wants the self to have a story. It wants separate moments to become a pattern. The challenge is not to become pattern blind. That would be its own kind of disability. The challenge is to become a little more humble about how quickly the brain turns repeated events into truth. Sometimes the pattern is real, sometimes it is a useful approximation, Sometimes it is only the mind's discomfort with disorder dressed up as certainty. Knowing which is difficult precisely because the feeling of pattern can be so compelling. And the feeling really is compelling. Once the brain detects what seems like order, it rewards itself with a sense of recognition. There is a little internal click, a movement from uncertainty toward understanding. That sensation can be intellectually satisfying, emotionally comforting, even physically calming. Suddenly, the world feels readable again. The trouble is that readability and accuracy are not always the same. A false pattern can feel just as elegant as a true one, at least at first. So the brain finds meaning everywhere because meaning is useful, efficient, and often protective. It lets you predict. It lets you prepare. It lets you remember selectively and move through complexity without stopping at every ambiguity. But the same machinery that gives order to life can overfill the world with messages, causes, signs, and hidden structures. It turns noise into signal because signal is easier to use. It turns coincidence into story because story is easier to hold. It turns scattered events into a pattern because patterns are what brains do when they are trying to build a world strong enough to live in. And once a pattern has been found, whether real or imagined, it does not stay isolated for long. It begins influencing what you expect next. It begins shaping what you notice and what you miss. It becomes a quiet guide for perception itself, because the brain is never only reacting to the world in front of it. It is also predicting what should be there before the evidence fully arrives. There is a common belief people carry about memory, and it is understandable because memory feels persuasive from the inside. The belief is that memory stores the past and when needed brings it back. A moment happens, it is placed somewhere in the mind, and later it can be retrieved more or less intact, like opening a drawer and taking out a photograph. Perhaps the image fades a little. Perhaps some details soften around the edges. But the general idea remains that memory is a record, a container, a shelf of preserved moments waiting quietly for the right cue. The trouble is that this picture is far kinder and far tidier than the truth. Memory is not preservation in the way people usually imagine. It is reconstruction. And reconstruction means that every time you remember, you're not simply finding the past, you're rebuilding it. That rebuilding is one of the reasons memory is so useful. If the brain stored every detail of every experience in fixed and complete form, daily life might become impossible to manage. You would drown in specifics. Every cup of tea would be preserved with the exact angle of the spoon, the exact light in the room, the exact pressure of the chair against your back, the exact sound from another apartment, the exact shape of a thought you had halfway through the sip. Most of that would be useless. Brains are not archives for the sake of archives. They are tools for living. Memory is designed less to preserve the past than to help guide the future. It keeps what seems meaningful, compresses what it can, highlights what mattered emotionally, and fills in missing parts later when the past must be made usable again. This is why memory can feel so certain and still be wrong. What you recall is often not what happened in the strictest sense. It is what your mind built from fragments, importance, emotion, expectation, and later interpretation. The final result may feel like a faithful return of the original event, but the event itself is gone. What remains is a pattern of traces that the brain turns into a story. And stories, however honest, are always organized. They have shape. They smooth rough edges. They connect what was scattered. They imply meaning that may not have existed so clearly in the moment. You can notice this with very ordinary things. Think about a conversation you had a week ago. Unless it was unusually striking, you probably do not remember every word in sequence. You remember the gist. Perhaps a phrase or two. Perhaps the emotional tone. Perhaps your sense of what the conversation meant. If someone asked you to replay it exactly, your mind would begin constructing. It would take the tone, the context, the likely wording, your image of the other person, your own emotional state, and build something that feels like recall. Some parts might be close, some parts might be guessed. The trouble is that the guessed parts do not arrive wearing labels, they blend in. The finished memory feels whole. This blending is one reason memory can become more coherent than reality ever was. Real experience is often messy. People interrupt themselves, rooms are full of distractions, thoughts are unfinished, emotions shift mid-sentence. Yet when you remember later, the event often feels cleaner. The meaning is more obvious, the sequence is more stable. You know what kind of moment it was, so the memory arranges itself around that understanding. A tense interaction becomes remembered as steadily tense. A warm evening becomes remembered as warmly continuous. A confusing event becomes rebuilt around the interpretation you eventually settled on. What was once uncertain is revised into something that seems as though it had always made sense. That revision begins very early. Even during an event, memory is already selective. You are not storing everything. Attention picks some details and neglects others. Emotion intensifies certain parts and weakens others. Existing beliefs influence what feels worth noticing. Two people can share the same evening and later remember it very differently, not because one of them is dishonest, but because the event was never captured in full by either mind. Each person encoded a different version based on where attention went, what mattered emotionally, what they expected, and what their brain judged useful enough to keep. Once the event is over, memory does not sit frozen. It changes. It is shaped by repetition, retelling, reflection, and even imagination. Every time you recall something, you strengthen some parts and weaken others. You may also alter it slightly. Later, when the memory is stored again, it is not always the original version being stored. It is the latest reconstruction. This means memory is not only vulnerable at the moment of recall itself can become part of the rewriting process. Remembering does not just reveal memory, it edits it. This sounds dramatic, but it happens constantly in small ways. You tell a story about a holiday. In telling it, you emphasize one amusing part and leave out several awkward or unimportant details. The next time you recall the trip, the emphasized part comes more easily. Eventually, the trip begins to feel centered on that moment because repetition has strengthened it. Or you describe a difficult year in terms that make sense now, with the benefit of hindsight. Over time, your memory of that year may align more and more with the story you now tell about it, rather than with the confused and uneven reality of how it was lived. This is not always a distortion in a harmful sense. Meaning matters. Part of being human is not only having experiences but organizing them into a life that can be understood. Memory helps you do that. It does not merely store moments, it arranges them into identity. It tells you who you have been, what kind of person you are, what tends to happen to you, what you should fear, what you should seek, what kind of endings belong to your story. That is useful. It gives continuity. But continuity is not the same as precise truth. The self is partly built from remembered patterns, and those patterns are edited. Emotion plays a particularly powerful role in this process. People often say emotionally intense moments are remembered more clearly, and in some ways that is true. Strong emotion can make certain aspects of an event more memorable. Fear may sharpen memory for a central threat. Joy may highlight a face or a phrase. Shame may burn a moment into awareness. But emotional memory is not simply stronger. It is often narrower. Under stress, the brain may preserve certain details vividly while neglecting others. The center of the scene becomes bright and the rest falls away. Later, because the vivid part feels so clear, the entire memory may feel trustworthy. But vividness is not the same as completeness. A person may remember the look on someone's face during an argument and feel absolutely certain about the moment while misremembering the exact words, the order of events, or the broader context around it. This is part of why eyewitness testimony can be so fragile despite feeling so compelling. Seeing something happen does not turn the mind into a recording device. Lighting, stress, expectation, angle, distraction, prior beliefs, and later discussion all affect what is remembered. Then memory is retold, reconsidered, and sometimes contaminated by new information. A person can become deeply certain of a detail that was suggested later, or can forget an original uncertainty and replace it with a tidy sequence that feels natural in hindsight. Sincerity does not protect memory from reconstruction. A confident witness may still be wrong, because confidence comes from the smoothness of the recollection, not from guaranteed contact with the past. You can see a milder version of this in family stories. A story gets told repeatedly at dinners or holidays. The same key scenes stay in place. The same punchline returns. After a while, everyone remembers it in roughly the same shape. But often what they remember is not the original event as it unfolded. It is the polished family version, shaped by repetition and group agreement. Details that do not fit the shared version fade. Parts that support the tone of the story stay. In time, the remembered past becomes a social object. It belongs not only to the event itself, but to the way the event has been collectively narrated. This also happens privately. You tell yourself stories about your own life. Some are generous, some are harsh. Some make you the one who endured quietly. Some make you the one who ruined everything. Some make childhood seem simple and warm. Some make it seem uniformly lonely or chaotic. Usually the truth is more mixed than any one story allows, but memory prefers structure. It likes themes. Once a theme takes hold, the mind begins sorting old experiences around it. Events that match the theme come more easily to mind. Events that complicate it may remain stored somewhere quieter, less available until something specific calls them forward. Mood changes this process too. When you are sad, certain memories become easier to access and others seem oddly far away. A difficult period in the present can make the past appear more uniformly bleak than it really was. Anxiety can turn previous uncertainty into remembered warning signs. Happiness can soften the harshness of former discomfort. The mind does not search memory from a perfectly neutral position. It searches from its current state, and that state shapes what feels relevant. In a sense, the present helps write the past every time you go looking for it. There is something almost unsettling about that, but also something deeply ordinary. It explains why arguments about the past can become so intense. Two people may both feel they are remembering honestly, and both may be drawing from real traces. Yet the reconstructed memories differ because each mind encoded the event differently and has revised it through different later experiences. One person remembers a joke. The other remembers humiliation. One remembers concern. The other remembers control. Neither memory is invented from nothing. But neither is a pure replay. The past survives in pieces, and those pieces get assembled according to different emotional and narrative logics. The brain is also highly sensitive to suggestion, especially when the suggestion fits what seems plausible. If someone asks whether the man in a remembered scene was wearing a dark jacket, your mind may begin picturing a dark jacket, even if that detail was never stored clearly. If a question assumes something happened, memory may start making room for it. The mind dislikes uncertainty and often prefers a plausible image to a blank space. Later, the plausible image can feel like a genuine memory. This is not because the person is trying to lie. It is because the mind is extremely willing to replace uncertainty with something that fits. Children can be especially vulnerable to this, but adults are by no means immune. In fact, adults can be wonderfully confident builders of inaccurate memory because they possess richer narrative structures with which to fill the gaps. The more experience you have, the more material the brain has for making a scene feel likely. Likelihood and accuracy then become easy to confuse. A memory that fits your understanding of the world feels right. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is merely smooth. There is another reason memory rewrites reality. The brain cares deeply about meaning, and meaning often appears only after the fact. A moment may feel ordinary when it happens and significant only later. Once you know the later outcome, the earlier moment begins to change in memory. You remember signs that now seem obvious. You reinterpret a sentence as a clue. You feel as though the ending had always been present in the beginning. This is hindsight working its quiet magic. Once the mind knows what came next, it struggles to remember what it was like not to know. The past becomes reorganized around the present knowledge. This can make life feel more predictable in memory than it ever was in reality. Relationships that ended badly may seem doomed from the start when remembered later. Success may appear more inevitable than it felt at the time. A turning point becomes visible only because later events cast light backward. The brain likes these clean lines. They make the world feel interpretable. But they are often retrospective inventions. At the time, life was probably murkier, more undecided, less clearly arranged than memory now suggests. One of the strangest features of all this is how the brain handles uncertainty within memory itself. If part of a memory is missing, the absence often goes unnoticed. The mind simply builds around it. You remember arriving at a restaurant, sitting near a window, laughing about something, paying the bill, leaving into cold air. Were there coats hanging by the door? What music was playing? Which hand held the menu first? You may not know, but if later your mind needs a complete image, it can easily supply plausible details. The scene becomes more complete without becoming more true. Completion feels satisfying. Blankness does not. So the brain leans toward completion. This is closely related to why photographs can influence memory so powerfully. A photograph captures one angle, one instant, one arrangement of faces and objects. Later, the photo may become merged with the broader memory of the event. You begin to remember the event partly from the image rather than from direct lived recall. The photo may even push your memory toward details that were not central in the actual experience, but are central in the image. In this way, an external record can end up rewriting the internal one. The past becomes not what was lived, but what was revisited and reinforced. Yet for all this flexibility, memory is not useless or hopelessly false. It is just serving a different purpose than people often assume. It is not mainly trying to create a perfect archive, it is trying to support learning, prediction, identity, and social connection. To do that, it preserves patterns more than surfaces. It keeps enough detail to guide future action, enough feeling to mark significance, enough structure to tell a coherent story. It sacrifices exactness in exchange for usefulness. That trade makes life possible. It is only a problem when we forget the trade exists and begin treating memory as unquestionable fact. The emotional consequences of this are significant. People often suffer not only from painful events, but from the way those events are repeatedly reconstructed. A moment of embarrassment becomes larger and sharper with retelling. A rejection becomes a defining memory around which many other memories cluster. A failure becomes proof of a broader story. Because memory is reconstructive, painful meanings can grow stronger over time if the mind repeatedly rebuilds the event in the same harsh frame. In that sense, memory does not merely preserve suffering, it can deepen and reshape it. But the opposite is also true. Reflection, reframing, therapy, distance, compassion, new context, and later experience can alter the remembered meaning of old events. The facts may not change, but the memory can become less absolute, less punishing, less central. This is not necessarily self-deception. It is part of what it means for memory to be alive rather than fixed. The mind is always integrating the past with the present. That makes memory fragile, but it also makes healing possible. In quiet moments, you can sometimes catch the reconstructive nature of memory almost in the act. You begin recalling an old room and notice that parts are strangely vivid, while others remain blank. You remember a school corridor, but not what was on one wall. You remember a friend laughing, but not the full conversation. You remember the feeling of a winter evening more clearly than the exact reason you were upset. Then, if you linger, the mind starts furnishing the scene. It offers likely details, it settles on a shape. The memory becomes more complete as you look at it, yet that very completeness is part of the rewriting. What is remarkable is that we live by these rewritten worlds all the time. We make decisions based on what we think happened before. We build identities from remembered patterns. We forgive or remain angry based on recollected scenes. We trust ourselves because of memories of competence. We doubt ourselves because of memories of failure. Memory is not just a record of the past, it is a participant in the present. It helps decide what reality feels like now by offering a version of what reality was then. So when we say memory rewrites reality, it is not because the mind is broken or because truth is impossible. It is because memory is an active process shaped by selection, emotion, suggestion, repetition, identity, and need. The past does not return intact. It returns rebuilt. And the rebuilt version often feels smoother, clearer, more meaningful, and more certain than the original experience ever was. That certainty is where the danger and the beauty both lie. A remembered life can feel coherent enough to guide you, but not coherent enough to be taken as pure fact without humility. The brain remembers in order to live, not in order to produce a flawless transcript. It rewrites because rewriting is useful. It compresses because compression is efficient. It tells stories because stories help a person continue. And once memory has rewritten the past, the next thing the brain does is even stranger, because it takes those remembered patterns and starts using them to shape perception before the world has fully arrived, quietly guessing ahead of reality and then mistaking its own prediction for what it has simply seen. Long before you become aware of the world, your brain is already making plans for it. That may sound a little strange at first because we tend to imagine perception as something that begins with the outside. Light enters the eyes, sound enters the ears, pressure reaches the skin, and only then, after the world has arrived, does the brain begin its work. But the deeper truth is less tidy and more interesting. The brain does not wait for reality to present itself in complete form. It is constantly preparing for what it thinks is about to happen. It predicts the next sound, the next shape, the next word in a sentence, the next expression on a face, the next sensation from the body. By the time experience feels as though it is simply being received, it has already been compared against a set of expectations. In a very real sense, perception is not only about what arrives, it is also about what was expected to arrive first. This predictive habit is not a side feature of the mind. It is one of the central ways the brain manages the impossible task of dealing with the world in real time. The world moves too quickly and contains too much information for the brain to process everything from scratch each moment. If it tried, perception would lag badly behind life. You would not be able to catch a ball, follow speech easily, recognize a familiar face in motion, or walk through a busy space without constant hesitation. So instead, the brain uses the past to guess the present. It builds models of what usually happens and lets those models guide interpretation before full evidence has arrived. This is part of why ordinary life feels so smooth. You hear a sentence and seem to understand it at once. You walk through a familiar room in dim light and do not need to inspect every object carefully. You recognize a friend from a quick glance. You complete a melody in your mind before the next note sounds. You know how a staircase is likely to continue as you step. You feel what kind of word is about to come next in a familiar phrase. All of this depends on prediction. The brain is not merely reacting after the fact. It is leaning into the future by a fraction of a second all the time. A useful way to think about it is that the brain is running a kind of quiet simulation of the world. Based on memory, habit, and context, it generates expectations about what should be there. Then, incoming sensory information is compared to those expectations. If the world matches the model well enough, perception feels easy and immediate. If there is a mismatch, the brain has to update. That update may produce surprise, confusion, curiosity, alarm, or simply a brief moment of adjustment. Much of conscious life can be thought of as the meeting point between prediction and correction. This helps explain why familiarity feels so efficient. In a familiar environment, the brain has strong models. It knows roughly what belongs there. It knows where the door is likely to be, what sort of sounds usually occur, what objects should remain stable, how certain people tend to speak, how a routine tends to unfold. Because it predicts well, it can process with less effort. Familiar rooms seem easy to scan. Familiar voices are easier to understand in noise. Familiar streets require less conscious attention. The brain is not working less. In one sense, it is working very cleverly by using prior knowledge to reduce uncertainty. But the same system that makes life efficient also shapes perception in ways that can become misleading. If the brain expects something strongly enough, it may interpret ambiguous evidence in favor of that expectation. It may hear the word it was primed to hear rather than the one that was actually spoken. It may see the expression it anticipated rather than the one that was truly there. It may feel the bodily sensation it fears or hopes for because weak signals are being read through a strong predictive frame. In this way, expectation does not merely influence what you think about what you perceive, it influences what you perceive in the first place. You can notice this in simple language tasks. If a sentence strongly suggests a missing word, your brain often supplies it before the full sound arrives. This is usually helpful. It is one reason conversation can continue smoothly, even in imperfect listening conditions. A noisy cafe, a passing train, a person who speaks quickly, none of this prevents understanding because your brain is constantly forecasting what is likely to come next. The unfinished input meets the expectation, and meaning appears. But this helpful process can also produce mishearing. If the expected word is wrong, the sentence may seem confusing, or a detail may be missed entirely until later. You do not always hear what was said. Sometimes you hear what your brain was ready to hear. Reading provides another clear example. People often read past small errors because the brain is predicting whole words and phrases from context. Letters are not always inspected one by one in calm obedience. The mind takes shortcuts. It sees the beginning of a word, the shape of the sentence, the familiar structure around it, and jumps toward meaning. Most of the time, this makes reading fast and almost magical. Now and then it causes an obvious typo to remain invisible for several passes because the expected sentence keeps overriding the actual one. The eyes may gather the signal, but the predictive brain quickly turns it into what it assumes ought to be there. This same logic applies to visual perception more broadly. When you enter a room, the brain does not begin from zero and slowly deduce what each object is through pure observation. It uses expectation immediately. It assumes continuity. The table is still where tables usually are. The walls continue behind the furniture. The cup partly hidden behind the book is probably still a cup rather than a rare and decorative sea creature. A person seen from the corner of the eye in your own kitchen is likely someone you know, or perhaps only a coat on a chair, but not a knight on horseback. The mind is always balancing incoming evidence against a model of what tends to belong. This is efficient because the world is to some extent regular. Rooms do not usually reinvent themselves from moment to moment. Language has structure. Gravity remains loyally predictable. Human bodies move in ways brains have studied for a very long time. Social habits repeat. Because reality contains patterns, prediction is often a sensible strategy. The problem begins when expectation grows stronger than evidence. At that point, the model stops guiding perception and starts steering it too aggressively. A simple and familiar example is the feeling of hearing your phone buzz when it did not. Many people have experienced this. You're waiting for a message, expecting contact, slightly attentive to the possibility, and suddenly there it is, or seems to be. A buzz, a signal. But the phone remains still. What happened? Most likely weak bodily sensations, tiny movements of clothing, or normal background inputs were interpreted through a strong expectation. The brain had already prepared for the signal, and ambiguous evidence tipped it over the line. The predicted sensation became the perceived one. This is not just a modern quirk of devices and anxious waiting. It is a demonstration of a very old principle. The brain does not only detect signals, it tests hypotheses about what signals are likely to occur. Sometimes the hypothesis wins too easily. Anxiety shows this predictive tendency with unusual clarity. When a person is anxious, the brain begins forecasting threat. It expects trouble, rejection, embarrassment, illness, or harm. Because of this, neutral or ambiguous stimuli are more likely to be read as dangerous. A brief silence in conversation feels ominous. A mild bodily sensation feels alarming. A face with no clear expression seems unfriendly. A harmless sound at night becomes suspicious. The outside world has not necessarily changed much. The predictive model has. Once the model shifts toward threat, perception follows. This helps explain why reassurance often feels frustratingly temporary to anxious minds. Reassurance may change the conscious thought for a moment, but if the deeper predictive system is still generating expectations of danger, the next ambiguous signal will again be interpreted through that same frame. The anxious person is not simply choosing to think negatively in a detached way. Their predictive brain is preparing them for what it believes is likely, and perception itself begins to bend around that preparation. Something similar happens with hope, desire, and attachment. A person who longs for a particular outcome begins to notice signs of it everywhere. A delayed answer is not just a delayed answer, but perhaps a promising sign. A small kindness carries more meaning than it might otherwise. An uncertain opportunity feels increasingly real because the brain is forecasting its arrival. Desire sharpens attention to confirming cues. Weak evidence starts to feel stronger because expectation has given it a shape. Hope can be beautiful and energizing, but it also demonstrates that prediction is not emotionally neutral. It is guided by what the organism wants as much as by what it fears. The body participates in this process too. One of the more fascinating ideas in contemporary neuroscience is that the brain is not only predicting the external world, but also the internal one. It is constantly making guesses about heart rate, breath, hunger, pain, balance, temperature, fatigue, and the general state of the body. These internal predictions help regulate life efficiently. If the brain had to wait passively for every bodily signal and interpret it from scratch, keeping the body stable would be terribly slow and expensive. So it predicts what the body needs and what sensations are likely to occur. Incoming signals then either confirm the model or demand adjustment. This may be one reason bodily sensations are so easily shaped by meaning and context. A racing heart during exercise can feel normal or even energizing. The same racing heart during a moment of fear may feel alarming. The physical input overlaps, but the predictive model differs. One model says effort, the other says danger. Perception follows the model that seems most plausible in context. This does not mean the sensation is imaginary. It means the sensation is interpreted through expectations that give it emotional and perceptual form. Pain is especially revealing here. Pain feels immediate and unquestionably real, yet it is deeply shaped by prediction. The brain evaluates possible threat to the body and generates pain partly as a warning signal. This is why expectation, fear, attention, and prior experience can all influence how pain is felt. If the brain strongly predicts danger, the experience of pain may intensify. If safety is restored and threat seems lower, pain may reduce even before the tissue itself has changed much. Again, the brain is not inventing pain out of nothing. It is shaping perception according to what it believes is happening and what kind of response is needed. This predictive structure also helps explain why habits are so powerful. Repetition builds expectations into the nervous system. If every morning you wake, make coffee, sit in the same chair and hear the same sounds, the brain becomes exceptionally efficient at forecasting that sequence. Familiar mornings begin to feel as though they are already underway before they fully unfold. This is one reason routines can feel comforting. Prediction becomes easy. Little uncertainty appears. The world arrives as expected. But routine also makes novelty harder to notice because the brain is so ready to see the usual version of events. That is one reason time seems to speed up in repetitive periods of life. When the brain predicts well and little surprises it, fewer distinct memory markers may be laid down. Experience becomes smoother in the moment and thinner in recall. Novelty interrupts prediction and demands adjustment. That extra processing may be one reason the unusual days later feel fuller. The predictive brain has to work harder when the world refuses to be familiar. Children offer a helpful contrast here. A child is constantly building predictive models, often from scratch. Words, faces, objects, social rules, emotional cues, all of it is still being learned. That makes the world richer in one sense and less stable in another. Prediction is weaker, so more attention is needed. More things are genuinely surprising. Adults live partly inside a cocoon of successful predictions, and often mistake that cocoon for direct access to reality. Children remind us what it looks like when the world has not yet been so thoroughly anticipated. Of course, successful prediction is one of the signs of learning. Expertise in any field is largely predictive. A skilled musician anticipates harmonic movement and rhythmic change. An experienced driver predicts the behavior of traffic almost before it happens. A chess player sees likely developments several moves ahead. A good listener can hear where a conversation is emotionally heading before the speaker has finished the sentence. In each case, perception is sharpened by expectation. The expert notices more because the brain has better models. But even expertise brings risk. Strong expectations can blind the expert to the unusual case if it resembles the common one closely enough. Medicine offers many examples of this. A clinician with long experience may recognize patterns rapidly and often accurately. That is a strength. Yet the same predictive skill can create errors if a rare condition mimics a common one and the familiar pattern takes over too quickly. The mind settles on the expected interpretation and stops searching. Prediction saves time. Prediction can also conceal surprise. This is true in everyday social life as well. Once you have formed an expectation about a person, perception begins to organize around it. If you expect warmth, ambiguous actions may be interpreted generously. If you expect criticism, the same actions may feel cutting. A familiar friend's silence can seem restful and safe, while a stranger's silence feels awkward or threatening. The difference lies not only in the outside behavior, but in the predictive frame brought to it. The brain is not observing from nowhere. It is anticipating from history. This is one reason first impressions matter so much. A first impression is not merely an opinion placed on top of later perception. It often becomes part of the machinery that shapes later perception. Once a person is mentally categorized, new evidence is processed in relation to that category. The predictive brain starts doing its quiet work. It expects consistency. It expects certain motives, tones, reactions, and traits. Ambiguity then gets resolved according to those expectations. This can be efficient and socially useful. It can also be unfair. We often think we're simply noticing who someone is when we're actually perceiving them through a model built surprisingly early. Expectation also shapes the self. You do not approach your own mind and body neutrally. You have predictions about what kind of person you are, how capable you are, what others think of you, how your day will go, what your body tends to do under pressure, whether you usually cope well or badly, whether certain situations will be exhausting or manageable. These expectations influence perception from the inside. If you expect yourself to fail, small difficulties may feel like confirmation. If you expect criticism, neutral feedback may feel harsher. If you expect social danger, the room changes before anyone has done anything. The predictive brain does not only model the world, it models you inside the world, and that model can become self-reinforcing. There is an elegant economy to all this. Prediction allows the brain to spend less energy on what is familiar and more on what violates expectation. In some theories of brain function, what really gets processed most intensely is error, the mismatch between prediction and input. If you expect a calm room and hear a crash, attention jolts toward it. If you expect one face and see another, the difference is highlighted. If you expect praise and receive silence, the silence suddenly grows. In this view, perception is partly the management of surprise. The brain keeps guessing, and the world keeps correcting it. This may be why some experiences feel so vivid. Surprise creates strong signals because it means the model needs updating. A sudden plot twist in a story, a sharp change in weather, an unexpected message, an unfamiliar expression on a loved one's face. These moments grip awareness because the predictive brain was caught leaning in the wrong direction. The mismatch matters. It tells the system that reality is not following the prepared script. Attention rises. Memory often strengthens. Learning begins. At the same time, too much surprise is exhausting. A world that constantly violated prediction would feel chaotic and difficult to inhabit. This is one reason routines, rituals, and familiar environments can be soothing. They reduce prediction error. They let the nervous system settle. The brain likes a balance. Enough regularity to remain stable, enough surprise to continue learning. Perhaps that is one quiet reason people seek both comfort and novelty, often in alternating rhythms. It is worth noticing that the predictive nature of perception does not make reality purely subjective in the careless sense. The external world still constrains what can be predicted successfully. If your brain predicts a staircase and there is no staircase, life will quickly become educational. The world pushes back. But within those constraints, experience is not a simple copy of what is out there. It is a negotiation between expectation and evidence. The brain offers a likely interpretation. The senses provide correction. Together they produce what feels like the present moment. This negotiation is so seamless that it usually disappears from view. You do not feel the prediction, you feel the result. That result comes with confidence because confidence supports action. It would be awkward if every step across the floor arrived with an internal note saying, "Current perceptual model pending sensory confirmation." So instead you simply walk. You hear, you see, you know. The hidden machinery remains hidden. Yet once you understand that the brain is predictive, many familiar experiences begin to look different. The reason you miss the typo, mishear the lyric, feel the phantom buzz, mistake the coat for a person, expect criticism in a neutral glance, or detect a symptom that turns out to be only ordinary bodily noise. All of this belongs to the same broad pattern. The brain is never starting from nothing. It is always projecting forward a little, quietly betting on what the world is about to be. And because expectations can come from memory, emotion, culture, habit, identity, and previous injury, two people can stand in very similar circumstances and perceive quite different realities. One expects welcome and notices ease. One expects rejection and notices distance. One expects safety and hears the wind. One expects danger and hears the intruder. The sounds and sights may overlap. The predicted world does not. That may be one of the most important and humbling lessons in all of this. We often imagine perception as the place where reality enters and thought begins later. But thought, memory, expectation, and bodily state are already there at the threshold, shaping the very act of perceiving. The brain does not wait obediently for reality to explain itself. It makes its best guess and lets the world argue back. Most of the time this works wonderfully. It is the reason life feels fluid instead of delayed, coherent instead of fragmented. But it also means that what seems obvious to you may have been partly prepared in advance. The room you walk into, the face you read, the sentence you hear, the sensation you feel in your chest. None of it arrives untouched by expectation. The brain has already leaned toward an answer before the evidence is complete, and once expectation has helped shape perception, the next layer becomes even harder to notice, because emotion quietly moves in and begins colouring the world from the inside, making some realities feel sharper, darker, warmer, safer, or more threatening long before reason has had much chance to speak. A person can sit in the same room on 2 different evenings and in a physical sense, almost nothing may have changed. The same lamp is on, the same chair is near the window, the same distant traffic moves outside, the same floor creaks in the same place, yet the room does not feel the same at all. On one night it feels calm, almost gentle, as though everything in it has softened its edges. On another it feels tense, close, vaguely unforgiving, as though some invisible pressure has entered the air. The objects have not changed much. The lens through which they are being perceived has. That lens is emotion. People often talk about emotion as though it comes after perception, as though first you see the world and then you feel something about it. First the event, then the reaction. First the room, then the mood. But the deeper truth is less neatly ordered. Emotion is not merely a response to the world you perceive. It helps shape the world you perceive in the first place. Feelings alter what you notice, how strongly you notice it, what meaning you assign to it, what you remember afterward, and even what seems likely to happen next. Emotion does not wait politely at the end of the process. It is woven through the whole thing. This is one of the reasons human beings can disagree so sincerely about what a moment felt like. 2 people can hear the same sentence and walk away with entirely different versions of it, not only because they interpreted it differently in some detached intellectual sense, but because emotion had already tilted perception while the sentence was still arriving. A worried person hears criticism in a pause that a calm person barely registers. A hopeful person hears affection in a phrase that a more guarded person experiences as neutral. Emotion works early, quietly, and with enough speed that by the time reasoning enters the scene, the world has already been coloured. There is a practical reason for this. Emotions are not decorative additions to the mind. They are part of the brain system for managing significance. They answer a constant biological question. What matters here? A purely neutral brain trying to evaluate every detail with equal detachment would not last long in a living body. The organism needs priorities. It needs some things to stand out. It needs danger to feel urgent, safety to feel settling, affection to feel rewarding, disgust to feel avoidable, grief to feel heavy, curiosity to feel energizing. Emotion marks relevance. It tells the brain where to lean, what to amplify, what to prepare for, what to remember. That is why feelings have such influence over attention. When you're anxious, the world seems full of possible signals. Sounds that would normally be ignored become noticeable. Facial expressions become loaded. Bodily sensations feel louder. Silence acquires tension. You're not simply thinking anxious thoughts about a stable world. The world itself starts to feel altered because attention is being pulled toward anything that might confirm the state of alarm. The emotional system is saying, in effect, this might matter, look again, listen again, prepare. A brain in that mode becomes highly sensitive to ambiguity, and ambiguity rarely remains neutral for long. It tends to get resolved in the direction emotion is already pointing. This is why fear so often sharpens perception in some ways while distorting it in others. Fear can make you notice movement faster, detect possible threats sooner, and respond more quickly to uncertain situations. From a survival standpoint, that can be useful. But fear also encourages false positives. A coat becomes a figure in dim light. An unexpected noise becomes footsteps. A delayed reply becomes rejection. The mind would rather overdetect threat than underdetect it, because the cost of missing real danger may be higher than the cost of being briefly mistaken. Emotion is not trying to be fair. It is trying to keep the organism prepared. Anxiety is fear stretched across time. Instead of reacting to a specific present threat, the brain starts treating the future as a field of possible dangers. In that state, emotion becomes a chronic lens. The person is no longer just worried about certain things. The world itself begins to look more uncertain, more fragile, more full of signs. A slight pain in the body seems meaningful. A social interaction feels full of potential error. A harmless delay acquires emotional weight. The person may know intellectually that they are anxious, yet this knowledge often does not dissolve the altered perception, because the emotional lens is affecting experience before explicit thought fully organizes itself. The body is already leaning toward caution, and perception follows the body. Something similar happens with sadness, though in a quieter register. Sadness can make the world feel slower, dimmer, heavier, less inviting. Neutral expressions may seem less warm. Minor difficulties feel more confirming of a general pattern of weariness. The future seems to narrow. Memories of loss or failure become easier to access. What stands out changes. Hopeful cues lose some of their brightness, while signs of limitation seem more obvious. A person in a low mood may genuinely perceive fewer opportunities, not because reality is objectively transformed, but because the emotional state is influencing what feels available, likely, and worth reaching toward. This matters because people often speak to themselves harshly in these states, as though they are simply failing to reason properly. But mood does not only change thoughts, it changes perception. It changes the salience of information. It changes which memories rise first, which interpretations feel natural, which outcomes seem probable. A person in sadness may not be choosing negativity in the simplistic sense. Their emotional system is reorganizing experience around certain kinds of significance. That is one reason sadness can feel so convincing. It does not arrive as a theory. It arrives as a world. Anger works differently but no less powerfully. When angry, people become more sensitive to insult, unfairness, obstruction, and disrespect. Ambiguous behavior is more likely to be interpreted as intentional or provocative. The mind narrows around blame. Nuance becomes harder to feel. A delay is not just a delay. A comment is not just clumsy. A look is not just distracted. Emotion simplifies. It pushes experience toward a certain structure. There is a problem, there is a cause, and the cause may have a face. This can help action in moments where clear boundaries are needed, but it can also distort social reality by making intentions look more certain than they are. You can often see this when anger cools. The same event that felt unmistakably offensive may later appear more mixed, more human, less sharply designed to wound. The facts may be unchanged, but the emotional lens has shifted. During anger, certainty is often one of the most striking features. The person feels they are seeing clearly at last. In reality, what they are often seeing is a world reorganized around threat, violation, and the urge to respond. Positive emotions alter perception too, though people are sometimes less suspicious of that influence because it feels pleasant. Joy can widen attention, making the world seem more open, connected, and generous. Interest and curiosity can make complexity feel inviting rather than overwhelming. Affection can soften interpretation, making ambiguous behavior feel kinder, more forgivable, or more meaningful. Desire can make certain details glow with significance. Hope can turn small signs into large possibilities. In these states, the world may feel more livable and coherent, and often that is beneficial. But positive emotion can distort as well. A person in love may miss warning signs. A person full of hope may overread weak evidence. A person strongly attached to an outcome may experience the path toward it as more certain than it really is. That is one reason emotion is better understood as a lens than as a flaw. A lens changes what comes through. It can sharpen some details and blur others. It can tint interpretation without fully inventing it. The external world still exists. The conversation happened, the room is there, the email was sent, the expression crossed the face, but emotion changes which elements feel central, what story forms around them, and what the body prepares itself to do next. A lens does not erase reality. It reorganizes access to it. This reorganization begins in the body. Emotions are not merely abstract mental labels floating above physical life. They involve changes in heart rate, breathing, muscle tension, posture, hormone release, and readiness for action. These bodily changes feed back into perception. A tight chest can make the world feel threatening. Relaxed breathing can make it feel manageable. A body ready to flee or defend will notice different things from a body that feels safe enough to rest. In that sense, emotion is not only in the head, it is in the whole organism, and the whole organism contributes to how the world appears. This helps explain why the same situation can feel so different at different times of day, or under different bodily conditions. Hunger can make people more irritable or less patient. Sleep deprivation can make faces seem less friendly and problems less soluble. Physical pain can narrow attention until everything nearby feels slightly sharper or harsher. Hormonal changes can alter sensitivity to social and sensory cues. The emotional lens is never separate from the body that carries it. Perception emerges from a living system, not from a detached observer. Memory is deeply involved too. Emotion affects what is remembered and how it is reconstructed later. A painful interaction may become more available in memory if it fits the current emotional state. This is one reason mood can feel self-confirming. When you're sad, memories that match sadness come more easily. When you're anxious, moments of fear or embarrassment rise quickly. The brain uses these memories as evidence for the mood, and the mood then shapes perception of the present. A loop develops. You feel a certain way, so certain memories come forward. Those memories make the current world look as though it confirms the feeling. The lens strengthens itself. This is also part of why people can become trapped in emotional narratives about themselves. If shame has become a dominant lens, then memories of failure, awkwardness, and rejection are easier to access. Present situations begin to look like further proof of inadequacy. Neutral reactions from others become subtly negative. The person feels they are seeing reality more honestly than before, when in fact they may be seeing through a lens trained by repeated emotional reinforcement. Shame is particularly powerful because it does not only distort the outside world, it distorts the self as perceived within the world. The person becomes both observer and object under a harsh light. Emotion shapes social perception in ways that are especially important because so much of human life depends on reading other people. Faces, voices, gestures, pauses and silences are often ambiguous. The brain must interpret them quickly. In that situation, emotion becomes a strong guide. A secure person may read a neutral face as simply neutral. A rejected or fearful person may read the same face as cold. Someone expecting warmth may hear care in a brief message. Someone anticipating conflict may hear distance. These are not always conscious choices. The emotional system is helping decide which interpretation feels plausible before deliberate reasoning has much time to intervene. This has consequences for relationships. If one person habitually feels unsafe, they may perceive criticism where none was intended. If another person is emotionally defended, they may perceive neediness where there was only ordinary closeness. If someone is strongly hopeful, they may overlook indifference. If someone carries resentment, they may interpret forgetfulness as disrespect. Emotion becomes part of the architecture through which other minds are inferred. That is why relationships are rarely governed by facts alone. They are governed by facts as emotionally perceived. Children learn this early, often without words. A child growing up in a calm and responsive environment may come to perceive the world as broadly workable, others as mostly legible, and mistakes as survivable. A child growing up in unpredictability may learn a different perceptual style. Small changes in tone become important. ambiguity becomes dangerous. The emotional system becomes highly trained to detect signs of trouble. Later in life, that person may continue perceiving through a lens shaped by early necessity. This does not mean the world is unreal, or that early experience determines everything forever. It means emotional lenses are learned in part through repeated environments, and those lenses can persist long after the original conditions have changed. Trauma shows this with painful clarity. In trauma, the emotional brain learns that certain signals predict serious danger, and it may continue treating related cues as urgent long afterward. A sound, smell, expression, location, or bodily sensation can pull perception toward threat with extraordinary speed. To an outside observer, the reaction may seem excessive or misplaced. To the person whose emotional lens has been shaped by trauma, the world genuinely feels altered. The body is not making a detached intellectual mistake. It is perceiving through a system built to survive what has happened before. That system can be life-saving in one environment and deeply burdensome in another. The important thing here is humility. We often assume that if we feel something strongly, we're probably seeing clearly. Strong emotion feels like contact with truth. It gives intensity and certainty. It narrows ambiguity. It tells us, this is what is happening. But intensity is not the same as accuracy. It only means the system has assigned high significance. Sometimes that significance tracks reality well. Sometimes it reflects older patterns, bodily states, defensive habits, or expectations that have attached themselves to the present. Emotion can reveal, emotion can also distort. This is why emotional regulation matters so much, not because calm is morally superior, but because when emotion becomes too dominant, perception can become less flexible. A calmer mind can tolerate more ambiguity. It can wait a little longer before deciding what a look meant, what a pain implies, what a silence says, what a future event will become. It is not that calm makes a person perfectly objective. That fantasy is probably unavailable to humans, but calm can widen the range of interpretations available. It can let the world remain slightly unresolved for long enough that evidence has a chance to matter. There is something subtle but important in that. Much of wisdom may have less to do with seeing the truth in some grand final sense, and more to do with noticing when emotion has made one version of reality feel too complete, too fast. A person who can say, even quietly, this may be my fear talking, or this may be my anger making the scene look simpler than it is not stepping outside emotion entirely. They are simply recognizing that emotion is part of perception, not a flawless commentary on top of it. At the same time, we should not swing too far toward distrusting feeling altogether. Emotion is not merely distortion, it is information. It tells you what matters to the organism. It can detect subtle social truths before language catches up. It can warn, attract, repel, and orient. The body often knows things in a rough way before the mind has finished making sense of them. The goal is not to eliminate emotion from perception, which would likely leave a person detached and unresponsive. The goal is to understand that emotion is not a transparent guide. It is a lens with strengths and biases, a system for assigning urgency and value, powerful precisely because it touches perception so early. Even aesthetic experience shows this. A song can sound richer when you are lonely. A familiar street can feel beautiful on a day when hope has returned. Food tastes different when shared with someone loved. The same weather can feel oppressive or comforting depending on the heart that meets it. Emotion is constantly shaping the texture of reality, not only in moments of crisis but in the quiet fabric of ordinary life. The lens does not switch on only during dramatic events. It is there while you answer messages, listen to footsteps in the hall, glance at your reflection, taste your tea, read a room, imagine tomorrow. And because emotion affects perception so thoroughly, it also affects judgment. What feels urgent may not truly be urgent. What feels impossible may not truly be impossible. What feels like rejection may be distraction. What feels like certainty may be anger. What feels like safety may be infatuation. What feels like meaning may be loneliness, turning coincidence into signal. All of these possibilities are part of being a brain in a body, trying to build a world quickly enough to live inside it. One of the gentler ways to think about this is to remember that you never meet reality empty-handed. You arrive carrying your current chemistry, your recent sleep, your history of loss and comfort, your hopes, your fears, your body's readiness, your unfinished conversations, your remembered injuries, your habits of interpretation. Emotion gathers all of that and quietly lays it over the world. Then the world comes through. That does not make experience false, it makes it human. The room is still there. The person still spoke. The door still closed. The message still arrived. But what all of it means, how sharp it feels, how dangerous or promising it appears, how long it stays in memory, all of that is touched by feeling. Emotion is not a stain on perception. It is one of the substances from which perception is made. And once emotion has done its quiet work, another force enters with equal subtlety and equal power, because even after feeling has coloured the scene, you still do not notice all of it. Attention narrows the world further. It shines on one corner while the rest fades into background, and what remains unseen may be far larger than you ever realise while you are busy looking straight at what feels most important. It is one of the strangest features of ordinary life that the world feels full even when your attention is narrow. You open your eyes, and the room seems complete. You walk through a street and it appears richly present on all sides. You sit in conversation and feel as though you're taking in the person, the tone, the setting, the little gestures, the surrounding sounds, perhaps even your own thoughts, all at once. The experience is broad. It feels generous. It gives the impression that everything important is there in front of you and that you are more or less seeing it. But attention does not work like that. Attention is not a floodlight covering the whole scene equally. It is much closer to a spotlight. It lands somewhere specific, brightens one portion of reality, and lets the rest fall into partial shadow. The remarkable part is that while this is happening, the mind still gives you the feeling of wholeness. You think you are seeing everything when in truth you're seeing selected things very clearly and many other things barely at all. This is not a flaw in the casual sense. It is a requirement of being a brain in a world that contains too much information. Every moment offers far more detail than could possibly be processed at full strength. The shape of the room, the small sounds from beyond it, the pressure of clothing on the skin, the movement of light across surfaces, the positions of objects, the meaning of recent words, the plans for later, the memory of something unfinished, the sensations of the body. All of this exists at once. If attention tried to give equal priority to everything, experience would not become richer. It would become unusable. Nothing would stand out because everything would be competing at full volume. So attention solves the problem the only way it can. It selects. That selection is what makes clear perception possible. It is also what makes blindness to the unselected parts so common. The brain does not merely highlight one thing, it also suppresses others. While you're focusing on the person speaking, you may not register the hum of the refrigerator or the position of the book on the table or the expression on someone else's face in the corner of the room. While you're searching for your keys, you may look directly at them and still fail to see them, because your attention is organized around what you expect, not around every object that light happens to bring to your eyes. While driving, you may watch the road closely and still miss a sign, a cyclist, or an unexpected movement at the edge of the scene if attention is occupied elsewhere. The world can be physically present and psychologically absent at the same time. This distinction between what is available and what is attended to is one of the great quiet truths of perception. People often assume that if something reached their senses, they must have noticed it. But sensory exposure is not the same as conscious uptake. A sound can occur without becoming meaningful. An object can sit in plain view without entering awareness. A sentence can be spoken while the words pass through the ears and leave almost nothing behind. Attention is the doorway through which much of conscious reality has to pass. If the doorway is occupied, a surprising amount remains outside, even when it is standing only inches away. This becomes almost embarrassingly obvious in experiments on inattentional blindness. When people are focused on one demanding visual task, they can miss astonishingly obvious things in the scene, including unexpected people, objects, and changes that seem impossible to ignore once pointed out. The reason this feels so shocking is not only that the missed object was visible, it is that the person usually has the strong subjective impression that they were seeing the whole scene. They do not feel partially blind, they feel attentive. The mind does not announce, only selected aspects of this reality are currently being admitted. It simply presents the selected part and allows the rest to remain unnoticed without fanfare. That silence creates confidence. You feel as though you are present to the whole moment because what attention has selected is vivid and coherent. The bright circle under the spotlight is mistaken for the stage itself. This happens constantly in daily life. In conversation, one person may focus on the literal content of words while missing the emotional tone. Another may notice tone intensely while missing the exact wording. One may attend to a face and miss the broader social context. Another may track the room and miss the private struggle taking place in the person directly in front of them. Everyone feels as though they were there. Everyone was there. But each person's attention created a different version of the event. This is one reason arguments about what happened can become so sincere and so difficult to resolve. The disagreement is not always about honesty or intelligence. Sometimes it begins much earlier, in attention itself. What one person spotlighted, another placed in shadow. One remembers the joke, another remembers the silence after it. One noticed the raised eyebrow, another noticed the change in voice. One never saw the phone on the table, another saw it immediately and drew conclusions from it. Attention divides reality into foreground and background information is often far less available later than people imagine. Attention is also strongly tied to goals. What you're trying to do determines what you're likely to notice. If you are searching for a friend in a crowd, certain features become more visible than others. If you're trying to solve a problem, your mind may become blind to unrelated sounds or sights. If you're reading with concentration, someone can call your name from nearby and you may barely register it. The brain does not distribute attention according to philosophical fairness. It distributes it according to relevance. Relevance, however, is shaped by current goals, fears, desires, habits, and expectations. So the spotlight is not neutral, it is directed. This direction can be wonderfully useful. It allows you to work, listen, navigate, and learn despite overwhelming complexity. It is what lets a musician follow one instrument in an orchestra, a parent hear the cry of their own child among many sounds, a student focus on a page despite surrounding noise, or a surgeon attend carefully to fine detail while many other stimuli remain in the background. Attention is a biological act of importance making. It says, this matters now, the rest can wait. Yet the rest does not always wait harmlessly. Sometimes what remains outside the spotlight is precisely what would have altered your understanding. You may attend to a single criticism and miss the larger appreciation around it. You may focus on one social cue and ignore several others that contradict your negative reading. You may fixate on a bodily sensation and become blind to the ordinary context that would make it less frightening. You may notice a person's words but not their exhaustion, or their exhaustion but not their effort, or the effort but not the hurt beneath it. Attention can make perception feel clear while also making it incomplete. That incompleteness is especially important because attention is limited not only by the environment, but by the mind's own internal activity. Thoughts consume attention. Worry consumes attention. Planning consumes attention. Rumination consumes attention. A person walking through a beautiful evening while mentally replaying an argument may see almost none of the evening in any deep sense. The world remains present, but the spotlight has turned inward. This is one reason people sometimes arrive somewhere and barely remember the route, or finish a page and realize they absorbed almost nothing, or spend time with someone and later feel guilty that they were not fully there. The body was present, the senses were open, but attention was elsewhere, and elsewhere is often where experience actually occurred. This inward pull can be very strong under stress. Anxiety narrows attention toward possible threat. Sadness may narrow it toward loss, self-evaluation, or the heaviness of effort. Anger narrows it toward offense, blame, and evidence of disrespect. In each case, attention is being recruited by emotion. The spotlight is being pulled toward what feels important under that state. That means certain features of reality become overrepresented while others become strangely difficult to notice. An anxious person may see signs of danger everywhere because danger has captured the beam. A depressed person may find positive cues curiously faint because attention keeps returning to what confirms the low mood. Attention is not merely a cognitive process floating above feeling, it is tightly entangled with it. This is why advice like just notice the good things often lands poorly when someone is struggling. It is not that good things are objectively absent, it is that the attentional system is already heavily occupied. Telling a frightened mind to attend broadly can feel like asking someone to admire the curtains while a fire alarm seems to be going off. The emotional system has marked certain information as urgent, and attention obeys urgency more readily than abstract instruction. Changing attention is possible, but it is not trivial, because attention follows value, and value is often set by the body's sense of what matters for survival or self-protection. There is also a social dimension to all this. Much of human life depends on what we attend to in others. In a conversation, you cannot attend equally to every signal. You may prioritize words, facial expressions, timing, your own response, your own self-consciousness, the broader room, and your interpretation of what is happening, but not all with equal depth at once. Some people habitually attend more to signs of approval or rejection. Some attend more to hierarchy. Some attend more to emotional undercurrents. Some attend more to concrete information and miss subtle shifts in feeling. None of this is morally neutral or morally blameworthy by default. It is simply how attentional habits develop. Over time, those habits shape relationships, because people respond not to everything that is there, but to what they consistently notice. A person who attends closely to criticism may feel perpetually judged. A person who attends mainly to praise may miss growing tension. A person who scans others for signs of danger may be extraordinarily sensitive to small cues, but also exhausted by social life. A person whose attention is often turned inward may miss how much others are trying to reach them. These are not merely differences in attitude, they are differences in what the spotlight repeatedly illuminates. One of the more curious things about attention is that once it lands, it can create the feeling that the attended object is the entire issue. This happens in thought as much as in perception. If attention grips one problem, that problem can begin to feel like the defining feature of the moment. If you focus on one insecurity, it can seem as though everyone else must be seeing it too. If one mistake captures attention, the rest of your performance may disappear from awareness. If one ache in the body becomes central, the broader signs of health may fade from view. Attention does not simply reveal reality. It magnifies selected portions of it, often altering their subjective scale. This is part of why pain and discomfort can feel so overwhelming when attention is fixed on them. The sensation may be physically localized, but once the spotlight narrows onto it, the experience expands. Conversely, when attention is absorbed elsewhere, pain can recede somewhat. The body has not changed dramatically in an instant. What has changed is the allocation of attention. This is not to say pain is imaginary or can simply be dismissed. It is to say that attention influences its felt size within consciousness. The same principle helps explain why time changes under different attentional conditions. When attention is fixed on the passage of time, time often feels slow. Waiting in boredom, counting the minutes, listening for the kettle, standing in line, each second seems to announce itself because attention has little else to do. But when attention is absorbed in something engaging, time appears to speed up. It is not that the clock has changed. It is that attention is no longer illuminating the clock so insistently. Attention shapes not only what is noticed in space, but how moments are felt in time. If attention is a spotlight, then habits are the tracks on which that spotlight tends to move. Repeated patterns of attention become easier to repeat. A person who has long attended to threat becomes efficient at noticing threat. A person who has long attended to opportunities sees possibilities more readily. A perfectionist may attend first to flaws. A caregiver may attend first to the needs of others. A self-conscious person may constantly monitor their own performance, expression, and social impact. These habits can become so familiar that they feel like simply how the world is. But much of what seems obvious may actually be the result of practiced attention. This is one reason mindfulness practices, when helpful, can feel so revealing. They do not necessarily show people some magical hidden reality. Often, they simply make the structure of attention more visible. A person notices how quickly the mind narrows, how often it jumps, how strongly it returns to certain themes, how rarely it rests in the wider field. The world may feel different not because reality changed, but because the spotlight is being held with a little more awareness. Even a small widening of attention can alter experience. Sounds return. The body becomes more legible. The surrounding room reappears. Other interpretations become possible. Of course, attention cannot be wide all the time. A permanently diffuse spotlight would be as unhelpful as an excessively narrow one. Life requires shifting. Sometimes you need a focused beam to perform a task, solve a problem, or listen carefully. Sometimes you need a wider field to understand context, relationship, and meaning. Trouble often arises when the beam becomes stuck. Rumination is attention stuck on a thought loop. Panic is attention stuck on danger. Obsession is attention stuck on one object of significance. Shame is attention stuck on the self as problem. In each case, reality shrinks because the spotlight cannot disengage. Children reveal something interesting here. Their attention can be wonderfully broad and wonderfully narrow, sometimes within seconds. A child may become absorbed by a tiny detail that adults step over without seeing. A bug on the pavement, a crack in paint, a strange sound from a pipe. The child's spotlight lands there with full sincerity. Adults often call this distraction, but it is also a reminder that relevance is learned. As people age, attention becomes trained by goals, roles, routines, and social demands. Many details are no longer allowed to matter. This makes functioning easier, but it may also make certain forms of wonder rarer. The adult spotlight is efficient. It is not always generous. Technology complicates this further because modern life is crowded with systems designed to capture attention. Notifications, headlines, feeds, messages, alerts, all of them compete for the spotlight. Each one says, in effect, this matters now. The brain, already built to orient toward novelty and social relevance, is highly vulnerable to such claims. Attention gets fragmented. The spotlight jerks rapidly from one object to another. In that state, the subjective sense of seeing everything can become even more misleading, because what is actually happening is continual partial engagement. Many things are glanced at. Fewer things are deeply seen. The mind ends the day full yet oddly undernourished. There is a quiet cost to this. What attention repeatedly touches tends to become the texture of life. If the spotlight spends most of its time on outrage, comparison, urgency, and interruption, the world begins to feel like a place made mostly of those things. If attention returns often to music, conversation, craft, books, sky, touch, and actual present surroundings, reality takes on a different tone. The world available to consciousness is partly the world attention keeps selecting. This does not mean people can simply choose their reality in some easy slogan-like way. Attention is shaped by many forces including stress, trauma, work, habit and circumstance. But it does mean that what feels like the whole world is often only the attended fraction of it. That realization can be humbling. It suggests that certainty should soften a little. If attention is always selective, then what seems obvious to you may be partly a function of what your spotlight happened to illuminate. You may not be seeing everything. In fact, you never are. No one is. The best you can do is remember that unattended reality exists, that the background matters, that what did not stand out may still be important. In relationships, this means allowing that other people may have noticed things you did not. In self-reflection, it means questioning whether one problem has become too large because attention has sat on it too long. In fear, it means considering whether the spotlight has narrowed so much that only threat remains visible. In conflict, it means asking what else was in the room that the beam never touched. Perhaps the oddest thing is that attention's narrowness is the very reason the world can feel meaningful at all. Without selection, there would be no foreground, no significance, no task, no intimacy, no art, no conversation, no learning. To care is to attend. To love is to attend. To understand often begins with sustained attention. The spotlight is not the enemy. It is one of the mind's greatest tools. But every tool shapes the work it performs, and the attentional spotlight shapes reality by deciding what becomes vivid and what recedes. So while you move through the day with the feeling of seeing the whole room, hearing the whole conversation, understanding the whole moment, a quieter truth is always running underneath. Attention has chosen for you. It has brightened one corner and dimmed the rest. It has shown you enough to act, enough to care, enough to build a story. But what you missed may be far larger than it felt in the moment, and that becomes especially important when confidence enters the picture. Because once the spotlight has done its work, the mind often turns around and says, with great calm and certainty, that what it illuminated must be the complete truth. There is a particular feeling people trust more than they should, and it is not logic, not evidence, not memory, not even perception itself. It is certainty. Certainty has a clean and persuasive texture. It does not merely present an idea. It gives that idea weight. It says, this is it. This is what happened. This is what they meant. This is what I saw. This is what I know. And because that feeling is so strong, it is easy to assume it must be tied closely to truth. If I feel sure, surely I have good reason. If I am confident, surely I'm seeing clearly. But the mind does not work that neatly. Confidence and accuracy are related only some of the time. Very often they drift apart. A person can be quite unsure and still correct. Another can be deeply certain and completely mistaken. The most dangerous part is that certainty itself rarely carries any warning label. This happens because confidence is not a direct measure of truth. It is a psychological state produced by the brain when a particular interpretation feels coherent, familiar, emotionally satisfying, or well supported by whatever evidence the brain happens to have selected. That last part matters. Confidence reflects how settled the mind feels, not necessarily how complete the information is. If perception has already been filtered, memory has already been reconstructed, attention has already narrowed, and emotion has already coloured the scene, then confidence may simply be the smooth final layer placed on top of all that earlier editing. It feels like a verdict. In reality, it may be the end result of many hidden approximations. A useful way to think about it is this. The brain is often in the business of making fast decisions under uncertainty. It cannot wait for perfect knowledge. It has to choose what it thinks is going on, what matters, and what should be done next. Once it has chosen, it helps the organism act by generating a sense of commitment. Doubt is costly if action is needed now. A brain that constantly second-guessed itself in urgent moments would hesitate too much. So when a pattern seems strong enough, the mind often stops searching and calls the matter settled. That internal settling is what confidence often feels like. But a matter being settled inside the mind does not guarantee that reality has actually been captured well. This is why first impressions can feel so powerful. The mind takes a few signals, a tone of voice, a face, a style of movement, perhaps a sentence or two, and builds an interpretation quickly. Warm, cold, trustworthy, difficult, intelligent, distant, familiar. Something in the picture locks into place, and confidence arrives with surprising speed. That confidence is part of the brain's efficiency. It allows social life to move forward. You cannot suspend judgment forever in every interaction, but the swiftness of the judgment often has little to do with full knowledge. It only means the available cues fit a pattern the mind already knows how to use. The feeling of certainty can become even stronger when the interpretation matches what you expected before the evidence arrived. If you already suspected someone would be rude, a brief sharpness in their tone may feel like complete confirmation. If you already believed you would fail, one small mistake may feel decisive. If you already feared rejection, a delayed message may seem unquestionably meaningful. In these moments, confidence grows not from the richness of evidence, but from the harmony between expectation and perception. The mind loves when the world appears to confirm its model. It interprets that ease as truth. Memory suffers from this in a particularly revealing way. People often become more confident in memories each time they repeat them, even when the memory itself is drifting. This makes sense when you remember that memory is reconstructive. Each retelling strengthens certain elements, polishes transitions, and reduces uncertainty. The story becomes smoother. Smoothness feels like reliability. Yet the very process that increases confidence may also be increasing distortion. A person may become steadily more certain of details they have partly invented because repetition has made the memory more fluent. Fluency in the mind often feels like correctness. But fluent recall is not the same as faithful recall. A polished story is easier to believe, especially when you are the one telling it. This is one reason eyewitness confidence can be so misleading. If a person remembers a scene vividly and tells it repeatedly, they may sound extraordinarily trustworthy. The confidence in their voice seems persuasive because humans naturally treat certainty as a sign of knowing. But what if the memory has been shaped by stress, suggestion, repeated rehearsal, or later interpretation? The person may be sincere, articulate, and wrong all at once. Confidence tells you how convinced the speaker is. It does not by itself tell you how accurate the account is. Perception creates the same illusion. When you look at something, the result arrives as a finished experience. The object seems there. The expression seems obvious. The sentence seems heard. Because the brain hides most of its processing, you do not feel the uncertainty under the surface. You feel only the result. This can make perceptual certainty especially seductive. I saw it with my own eyes sounds like the end of the argument. But seeing is not neutral, and eyes are not judges. They are part of a predictive, emotional, selective system that gives you an interpretation quickly enough to function. The interpretation often works, sometimes it does not. The feeling of directness is not proof of flawless access. There is also a social side to certainty that makes it even more influential. Confident people are often treated as more credible, more competent, more persuasive, and more intelligent, even when their confidence exceeds their knowledge. This is not surprising. Social life runs partly on signals of certainty. Leadership, authority, and decision-making often require some outward firmness. A person who speaks in hesitant fragments may know far more than someone who speaks with polished assurance, yet the polished assurance tends to win the room. The brain of the listener, like the brain of the speaker, is drawn toward coherence and conviction. Certainty is contagious. It creates comfort. It reduces the stress of ambiguity. That comfort comes at a cost. If people begin trusting confidence more than evidence, they become vulnerable not only to others' certainty but to their own. A person may cling to a belief because it feels settled. Another may reject correction because doubt feels like weakness. Groups may reinforce one another's certainty until the shared conviction itself begins to stand in for proof. Once confidence becomes a social bond, accuracy may matter less than agreement. This happens in friendships, workplaces, politics, families, and private inner life. Humans often prefer the relief of being sure to the strain of staying open. Staying open is hard because uncertainty is uncomfortable. The mind dislikes unresolved situations. It wants to know. It wants an answer for what happened, what someone meant, what a symptom means, what the future holds, what kind of person this is, what kind of person I am, whether I'm safe, whether I belong, whether I should move closer or step back. Certainty quiets all those tensions at once. It tells the organism, the matter is decided, you may proceed. That is one reason confidence can be produced even from thin evidence. The need for closure itself pushes the brain towards settled conclusions. Under stress, this becomes even more pronounced. Anxiety makes ambiguity feel dangerous. In that state, the mind may become highly confident in negative interpretations, not because the evidence is especially strong, but because a rapid conclusion feels safer than uncertainty. They are upset with me. This pain is serious. I embarrassed myself. Something bad is coming. The anxious person often sounds sure because the emotional system has no patience for waiting. It treats not knowing as a problem in itself. Confidence then emerges as a form of relief, even if the conclusion is harsh. A bad answer can feel more tolerable than no answer when the nervous system is on edge. Anger produces a similar narrowing. In anger, people often feel certain about motive. They know why the other person did it. They know what the silence meant. They know the look was disrespectful. The comment was deliberate. The mistake was careless. The delay was intentional. Anger simplifies. It sharpens blame and pushes ambiguity out of the room. In that state, confidence feels morally tied to clarity. To doubt oneself feels almost like betrayal. But once the anger fades, the certainty may soften, revealing how much of it came from the emotional demand for a clear target rather than from complete understanding. Even positive emotion can create false confidence. Hope may make uncertain opportunities feel nearly assured. Attraction may make a weak connection seem meaningful and obvious. Enthusiasm may lead a person to overestimate their understanding because the idea feels so alive and appealing. Confidence rises not from scrutiny, but from emotional energy. This is one reason people can become strongly convinced of plans, relationships, or explanations that later look surprisingly fragile. The feeling of rightness was real. It just was not the same thing as accuracy. The brain is especially prone to confusing familiarity with truth. If an idea has been heard many times, repeated often, or woven into one's identity, it begins to feel right partly because it is familiar. Familiarity reduces processing effort. The mind moves through it smoothly. That smoothness generates confidence. This is why repeated claims can become persuasive even without better evidence. The more familiar the statement, the more natural it feels, and the more natural it feels, the easier it is to mistake for obvious truth. The brain often asks, in effect, does this fit well with what I already know? Before it asks, is this actually well supported? The first question is easier and faster. This also happens with self-beliefs. If you have told yourself a certain story for years, I always mess things up, or I can read people instantly, or no one really understands me, the story may feel deeply certain simply because it has become familiar. Repetition gives it emotional weight. The mind has walked that path so many times that the ground feels solid. But internal familiarity is not objective proof. A long-repeated belief may be partly true, partly false, or badly oversimplified. Confidence in it often comes from its place in the structure of the self, not from careful examination. expertise complicates the picture in an interesting way. True expertise often does allow fast and accurate judgments, because the brain has learned many real patterns. A skilled nurse may notice subtle signs of illness quickly. A seasoned mechanic may hear trouble in an engine almost at once. A good editor may feel that a paragraph is wrong before being able to explain why. In these cases, confident intuition can reflect deep learning. But expertise does not eliminate the problem of certainty. It simply changes its source. Experts can also become overconfident, especially in familiar situations that appear to fit a known pattern but do not. The mind loves to say, "I have seen this before," and sometimes it has. Sometimes it has only seen something similar enough to lower its guard. This is part of what makes humility such a difficult and valuable mental habit. Humility is not merely modesty in a social sense. It is the ability to keep a small gap between conviction and reality, to remember that the feeling of certainty may say more about the internal state of the model than about the completeness of the evidence. That does not mean never deciding anything. Life requires decisions. It means carrying some awareness that confidence is an experience generated by the brain, not a magical stamp from the universe. One place where this becomes vivid is in disagreement. When two people see the same situation differently, each may feel the other must be foolish, dishonest, or blind. After all, the answer seems obvious. But if certainty is partly a product of selective attention, memory reconstruction, emotional colouring, prediction, and the need for closure, then each person may be standing inside a very convincing internal world without realizing how it was assembled. That does not mean all views are equally valid or equally supported. Some people are simply more correct than others on particular matters, but it does mean that subjective certainty cannot be the final judge. The experience of obviousness is not enough. In fact, the more obvious something feels, the more useful it may be to pause, not because obvious things are always wrong, but because the feeling of obviousness can hide the machinery that produced it. It can conceal how quickly the brain settled, how little information it used, how much it relied on expectation, how strongly emotion was involved, and how little alternative interpretation received any attention at all. Certainty often feels like the absence of construction. It feels like reality speaking for itself. Yet many of the mind's most constructed experiences are the ones it delivers with the greatest calm. Children provide an interesting contrast here too. Very young children can be quite certain in ways adults find amusing, because they do not yet have the same experience of complexity and contradiction. The world is more immediate, categories are stronger, and revision is less practiced. As people grow, they often become more capable of handling ambiguity, but not always. In some domains, they become more nuanced. In others, they become more rigid because life has trained certain beliefs deeply into them. Age does not automatically produce wise uncertainty. Sometimes it only produces older confidence. The culture around a person also shapes what certainty feels like. In environments where speed, decisiveness, and strong opinions are rewarded, people may learn to present certainty even when they are uncertain. Over time, performance can blur into genuine internal conviction. If everyone around you treats doubt as weakness, your own mind may become less tolerant of unresolved questions. On the other hand, in thoughtful environments where revision is allowed, people may become better at separating the feeling of confidence from the actual strength of the evidence. The brain learns not only from the world, but from the social treatment of knowing. Science, at its best, is partly a disciplined response to this human weakness. It does not assume that strong conviction means much on its own. It asks for methods, replication, controls, measurement, revision, and transparency, because human beings are notoriously capable of being sincerely certain about false things. This does not make scientists immune. They are human too, but the scientific method is, in one sense, a set of tools designed to protect us from the seductions of confidence. It treats private certainty as interesting, but insufficient. Daily life rarely offers such formal safeguards. Most of the time, people move through moments making judgments with only their own minds to guide them. Did I offend them? Am I being ignored? Is this symptom serious? Did that look mean what I think it meant? Am I making the right decision? In these moments, certainty can be comforting. It reduces the burden of doubt, but it may also lock a person into an interpretation too soon. Sometimes what matters most is not immediate certainty, but the capacity to leave a little room around one's conclusions. That room can change relationships. Instead of, they meant to hurt me, there is, that is how it felt, but I may not know all of what was happening. Instead of, I always ruin things, there is, I am remembering the failures more strongly right now. Instead of, this proves something is wrong, there is, I am scared, and fear makes weak signals feel decisive. This is not indecision for its own sake. It is an attempt to prevent confidence from outrunning reality. The strange thing is that true accuracy sometimes feels less dramatic than false certainty. Accurate understanding often includes complexity, caveats, and some awareness of what remains unknown. It can feel quieter, less satisfying to the ego, less emotionally complete. False certainty, by contrast, comes with sharp edges and a sense of immediate relief. It resolves the scene. It gives the self a strong position to stand in. That is why illusions of certainty are so attractive. They offer psychological comfort at exactly the moment when patience would be wiser. You can see this in the body too. People often become certain that a sensation means one thing because uncertainty about the body is deeply unsettling. A person feels a flutter, tightness, ache, or dizziness, and the mind wants a conclusion immediately. The body is intimate territory. Ambiguity there feels urgent, so confidence may rise fast, especially if the person has a history of fear around health. Again, the confidence does not prove the conclusion. It only proves that the nervous system wants resolution. There is something almost gentle in admitting all this. It means that being wrong does not always come from carelessness or lack of intelligence. Sometimes it comes from being a brain that is trying too hard to create a stable world. The same mechanisms that allow you to act, remember, relate, and survive are the ones that can make you sure too soon. Certainty is not a sin of the mind. It is one of its shortcuts, useful in some moments, dangerous in others. So confidence does not mean accuracy, because confidence is a feeling of internal settlement, not a direct readout of truth. It can be strengthened by repetition, emotion, familiarity, social reinforcement, narrowed attention, simplified memory, and the relief of closure. Accuracy, by contrast, depends on how well the interpretation matches reality, including the parts you did not notice, the cues you ignored, the uncertainty you rushed past, and the alternative explanations your mind never allowed into the room. And once certainty has done its work, it rarely stays private for long. It begins to spread into the social world, shaping what groups believe, what families repeat, what friendships assume, and what whole communities take to be reality. Because the brain is never building its world alone. Other minds are always nearby, quietly influencing what feels true, normal, obvious, and real. It is easy to imagine that reality is something you meet alone. You open your eyes, you hear the world, you feel your own body, you think your own thoughts, and from that private contact with experience, you build an understanding of what is real. In one sense, this is true. No one else can step directly into your exact stream of consciousness. No one else can feel the precise shape of your thoughts, or stand in the exact position from which the world reaches you. But this private feeling hides something essential. Much of what you take to be obvious, normal, meaningful, or even real has been shaped quietly and continuously by other minds. The human brain does not build reality in isolation. It builds it socially. This begins so early that it is almost impossible to remember life before it. Long before you had language for truth or reality or interpretation, other people were already teaching your nervous system what to notice, what to fear, what to trust, what to ignore, and what things mean. A parent's face tells an infant whether a strange object is safe or alarming. The tone in a room teaches a child whether mistakes are survivable or dangerous. The reactions of caregivers shape whether the world feels broadly welcoming, unpredictable, cold, or manageable. By the time a person becomes old enough to say, "I think," much of what they think with has already been socially formed. This is not a defect in the human species. It is one of the reasons human life is possible at all. We are not creatures built to figure everything out individually from raw perception. There is too much to learn. Language, danger, cooperation, food, tools, roles, norms, meanings, and values are transmitted socially because no one could rediscover them all from scratch in every generation. Other minds help organize the world before you understand that organization is happening. They point and name, reward and discourage, soothe and alarm, explain and imply. In doing so, they give you not just facts about the world, but a world already arranged into significance. This means that what feels natural is often social before it is rational. It feels natural to stand a certain distance from others in conversation, to read certain expressions as polite, to treat some emotions as acceptable and others as shameful, to think of time in a certain way, to regard some ambitions as obvious and others as strange, to find some behaviour rude, some admirable, some ridiculous, some ordinary. But none of this simply arrives from nature in a finished form. These perceptions are shaped by the minds around you. What you call normal is often a social inheritance. The fascinating part is how invisible this inheritance becomes. Once a pattern has been learned socially and reinforced repeatedly, it no longer feels like interpretation. It feels like reality itself. A person raised in one environment may find a certain amount of directness honest and healthy, while a person from another may experience the same directness as aggression. One person may see emotional reserve as maturity, another may see it as distance. One may view asking for help as ordinary, another may feel it as failure. Each person may feel their reading is simply obvious because the social world that trained them has sunk deep enough to become the baseline from which perception unfolds. Language plays a huge role in this. Words do not merely label a ready-made world, they shape how the world is carved up in the first place. If a culture has many words for subtle emotional states, people may become more able to notice and distinguish them. If a language frames time, responsibility, or relationship in particular ways, speakers may come to perceive those domains differently. Even within the same language, repeated phrases shape what seems thinkable. If a person grows up hearing that real strength means never needing anyone, then dependence may come to feel inherently weak. If another grows up hearing that community is how people survive, then interdependence may feel obviously sensible. The social world enters perception partly through language, and once there, it often hides behind ordinary thought. This is one reason social disagreement can be so confusing. People often believe they're arguing from direct contact with reality, when in fact they're arguing from socially shaped realities that feel direct, because they have been lived for so long. Consider how different families can understand the same event. In one family, silence may mean respect. In another, it means withdrawal. In one group, loud disagreement may be treated as normal engagement. In another, it feels deeply destabilizing. In one workplace, urgency means dedication. In another, it signals poor planning. None of these interpretations float free of perception. They shape what people hear, feel, and expect in real time. The effect becomes even stronger because human beings constantly look to one another for cues about what is happening. This is especially visible in uncertain situations. If you hear a loud noise and everyone around you remains calm, you are more likely to stay calm. If they panic, the same noise feels more dangerous. If a room laughs at a joke, the joke becomes funnier, or at least more socially legible. If everyone falls silent after a comment, the comment changes shape. Meaning is not generated only inside individual minds. It emerges in relation to the visible responses of others. People are forever using one another as instruments for measuring reality. This social measurement is so automatic that it often happens before explicit thought. You walk into a room and immediately sense whether it feels warm, tense, celebratory, awkward, or guarded, partly by reading faces, posture, tone, and timing. You may not be able to explain how you know. The brain is assembling a social reality from many small cues at once. This is useful. A species that depends on cooperation must be able to read group atmosphere quickly. But it also means that your sense of what is real in a social setting is influenced by what other minds appear to be doing, even if no one says anything directly. One of the clearest examples of this is emotional contagion. Moods spread, anxiety spreads, laughter spreads, irritability spreads, calm spreads too, though perhaps with less dramatic headlines. When one person's body and mind enter a strong state, others nearby often begin shifting in response. Breathing subtly changes, muscle tension changes, attention shifts toward what the first person is signaling. In this way, one mind's interpretation of reality can begin shaping another's. If someone around you consistently treats the world as dangerous, unstable, insulting, or humiliating, that version of reality can begin to feel more persuasive simply through repeated exposure. Likewise, if someone consistently responds with steadiness and proportion, that can reshape what danger and uncertainty feel like as well. This social shaping is especially powerful in childhood because children are built to treat other minds as guides to reality. A child falls and looks toward a caregiver's face. Is this a disaster or a manageable bump? A child meets a new person and reads the parent's body before deciding whether to relax. A child expresses emotion and learns from the response whether that emotion belongs in the open or must be hidden. The child is not merely learning manners. They are learning what kind of world this is, safe or unpredictable, warm or conditional, responsive or indifferent. Those early social realities do not stay neatly in childhood. They become part of how later reality is perceived. This is why attachment matters so much. If your early social world taught you that people are mostly reliable, your adult brain may enter relationships expecting a baseline of trust. If your early world taught you that affection is inconsistent or withdrawal can happen suddenly, your brain may scan for signs of loss before closeness has had much chance to breathe. You may genuinely perceive danger where someone else perceives ambiguity, because other minds trained your nervous system to assign significance in a certain way. Once again, the issue is not simply what you think. It is what your brain has learned to treat as reality. Groups reinforce this constantly. Every social group creates shared assumptions about what is normal, admirable, embarrassing, and true. These shared assumptions make coordination easier. They reduce uncertainty. They give people a sense of belonging, but they also shape perception. If everyone around you treats overwork as noble, exhaustion may stop looking like a warning and start looking like virtue. If everyone around you mocks sensitivity, genuine hurt may begin to appear childish, even to the person feeling it. If a group repeatedly frames outsiders as threatening, ambiguous behavior from those outsiders will be perceived more suspiciously. Social agreement gives interpretations an aura of obviousness. The problem is that agreement is not the same as accuracy. A whole group can become confident in a mistaken reading of reality simply because the members keep confirming one another. This is one of the quieter dangers of group life. When many minds align around the same assumption, dissent begins to feel not only difficult but unreal. The shared interpretation becomes the atmosphere. People stop seeing it as one view among others and begin experiencing it as the way things are. A family can normalize tension. A workplace can normalize burnout. A community can normalize prejudice. A friend group can normalize cruelty disguised as honesty. Once the social reality is settled in, it takes effort to recognize that a different reading is possible. This is why conformity is often misunderstood. People like to imagine conformity as a weak or shallow choice, something done only by those with little inner life. In reality, conformity often arises because human beings are deeply attuned to the reality signalled by those around them. Belonging matters. Shared interpretation matters. To disagree with a group is not only to hold a different opinion, it is sometimes to risk losing the social cues that make the world feel stable and legible. The pressure is not merely external, it enters perception itself. If everyone around you responds as though something is obviously funny, serious, shameful, or acceptable, it takes real mental effort to hold a different reality in view. That effort becomes especially difficult when authority is involved. People often treat authority figures not only as sources of instruction, but as calibrators of reality. A teacher, doctor, boss, parent, religious figure, or admired friend does not simply provide information. They often influence what kinds of interpretation feel permitted. If a trusted authority minimizes a person's pain, the person may begin doubting the pain. If an authority frames concern as overreaction, people may stop seeing danger. If an authority speaks with confidence about hidden threat, ordinary events may become charged with fear. This happens because authority lends weight to interpretation, and the human brain is built to use trusted others as shortcuts when reality is uncertain. This can be healing or harmful. A calm doctor who explains clearly can reduce panic not only by offering facts, but by changing the patient's perceived reality. A wise teacher can help a student see difficulty as challenge rather than proof of inadequacy. A loving friend can make self-criticism lose some of its authority by refusing to join it. In each case, another mind is helping reorganize what feels real, but the reverse is also true. Dismissive people can make suffering feel invisible. Manipulative people can turn confusion into dependence by acting as if their version of events is the only stable one. Repeatedly being told that your perception is wrong, silly, selfish, dramatic, or ungrateful can make your own experience feel less trustworthy over time. That last point matters because social reality is not only about broad cultural messages, it is also built in intimate relationships. If someone consistently tells you that what you felt did not happen, that what you noticed is ridiculous, that your memory is unreliable while theirs is always clear, your internal world can begin to wobble. Human beings need some degree of reality checking from others because our perceptions are genuinely limited. But there is a difference between shared reality and domination. Shared reality says, let us compare what we noticed. Domination says, only my noticing counts. When one mind repeatedly overrules another's lived experience, the second mind may begin doubting not just one event, but its own basic capacity to know what is real. That is why validation matters so much. Validation does not necessarily mean total agreement. It means acknowledging that another person's experience is an experience, that it exists, that it has shape and seriousness. A person can say, I see why that felt frightening, even if they interpret the cause differently. This kind of response helps stabilize reality without erasing complexity. It tells the nervous system, your inner world is legible to another mind. That can be profoundly regulating because much of human distress intensifies when a person feels alone inside their reality. In fact, loneliness itself alters perception partly because of this social dimension. A lonely brain becomes more sensitive to social cues, often in distorted ways. It may interpret ambiguity more negatively, expect less warmth, notice exclusion more readily, and remember disconnection more strongly. When real human contact is missing or unreliable, the social calibration system becomes less stable. The person is left alone to judge reality without the ordinary corrective softness that comes from shared presence. That can make the world feel harsher, not only emotionally but perceptually. Other people are not just company, they are part of the system by which reality is checked, softened, and made more human. This is also why collective experiences can feel so powerful. Concerts, protests, ceremonies, funerals, celebrations, team sports, religious gatherings, public mourning, shared silence, shared laughter. All of these can alter what feels real because many minds and bodies are moving in synchrony. A private feeling becomes publicly confirmed. An idea becomes embodied in a crowd. Grief becomes heavier or more bearable when visibly carried by others too. Joy becomes larger, fear becomes sharper, meaning becomes social flesh. Individual perception is still there, of course, but it is being amplified and guided by a larger field of shared attention and emotion. The modern world adds another layer to this because social reality is no longer shaped only by physically present others. Screens now provide a constant stream of other minds signaling what matters, what is urgent, what is ridiculous, what is admirable, what should outrage you, what should scare you, what everyone seems to be noticing. This can make the social shaping of reality even more intense because the cues never quite stop. A person may feel they are just keeping up, but in practice their attentional and emotional world is being trained by repeated signals from distant groups and algorithmic currents. The result can be a sense that certain issues, comparisons, threats or standards are omnipresent, simply because they are omnipresent in the stream. This has real consequences for identity. If the social environment repeatedly rewards certain traits, values and performances, people begin feeling those things more deeply as real parts of who they are, or as real requirements for belonging. If visibility goes to confidence, people may confuse confidence with worth. If outrage gains attention, outrage may begin to feel like the natural emotional baseline for public life. If polished images dominate, ordinary embodiment can start feeling strangely inadequate. Social reality is always shaping personal reality, but technology has dramatically increased the speed and scale of that shaping. And yet, even with all this influence, people are not empty containers into which society simply pours beliefs. There is resistance, friction, variation, and reinterpretation. Different minds absorb the same social world differently. One sibling internalizes the family rules deeply, another pushes against them. One member of a culture feels at home in its expectations, another feels haunted by them. Social reality is powerful, but it is always meeting individual temperament, memory, need, and chance. The relationship goes both ways. Minds shape groups as groups shape minds. Still, the basic truth remains: none of us starts from nowhere, and very little of what feels obvious has been built alone. This recognition can soften judgment in useful ways. It can help explain why people hold such different senses of normality. It can explain why some people feel safe in environments that overwhelm others, why some interpret closeness as comfort while others read it as pressure, why some hear authority as guidance and others hear control. Other minds have been training perception for a very long time. Once you see that, disagreement becomes not necessarily easier, but more intelligible. What feels real to a person may have been socially rehearsed for years before either of you entered the present conversation. There is also something hopeful in this. If other minds can distort reality, they can also help clarify it. Good friendships can widen interpretation. Therapy can help reveal old social scripts that still shape perception. Honest communities can make it easier to question harmful norms. Loving people can teach a nervous system that ambiguity is survivable, emotion is legible, and reality does not have to be read only through fear or shame. New social experiences can slowly update old models. The world can feel different because the minds around you are helping you build a different version of it. In many ways, this is how healing often works, not by discovering some pure private truth untouched by others, but by encountering better relational conditions in which perception can reorganize. A person who has long believed their needs are too much may, through repeated healthy experience, begin to perceive care without immediately expecting punishment. A person who has treated conflict as catastrophe may learn to see disagreement as manageable. A person who has felt invisible may begin to trust their own perceptions more once they are consistently met with curiosity instead of dismissal. Other minds shape reality, but that shaping does not have to remain harmful. It can become corrective, enlarging, steadying. Perhaps the strangest part of all this is that even your sense of being an individual observer is partly social. The self you use to meet reality was formed in conversation, gaze, reaction, praise, silence, conflict, imitation, correction, and care. You learned what kind of person you might be partly from the minds that reflected you back to yourself. So when you look at the world and think, this is how it is, there are many voices quietly inside that sentence. Parents, teachers, friends, enemies, lovers, strangers, groups, losses, comforts, cultures, all contributing bits of architecture to what now feels like your own plain seeing. That does not make your reality unreal. It makes it relational. Human beings do not only see the world, they see with one another, against one another, through one another. Other minds provide categories, warnings, permissions, mirrors, distortions, and corrections. They help decide what stands out, what disappears, what feels shameful, what feels ordinary, what counts as danger, what counts as home. The social world is not outside perception. It is one of the materials from which perception is made. And once you begin to see that, the final thought arrives almost on its own, because if perception is filtered by senses, prediction, memory, attention, emotion, and other minds, then what you call reality has always been something more mediated, more partial, and more human than it first seemed. Which leaves one last quiet question waiting at the edge of the night. If the world you live in is so carefully constructed, then what is it exactly that you are truly experiencing when you say you are seeing reality at all? And so we arrive at a question that sounds soft at first, and then grows stranger the longer it sits beside you. If reality is filtered, edited, predicted, remembered imperfectly, coloured by emotion, narrowed by attention, and quietly shaped by other minds, then what are you truly experiencing? It is tempting to answer with either of two extremes. One extreme says that because perception is filtered, nothing can be trusted. The other says that despite all these filters, your experience is basically reality in any sense that matters. Both answers contain something useful, and both leave something important out. The mind is not a perfect window, but it is not a random fiction machine either. What you experience is not the world as it exists in some pure, untouched, complete form. It is also not a detached fantasy with no anchor in anything outside you. It is something more interesting, more practical, and perhaps more human than either of those options allows. What you're truly experiencing is a model, a living, shifting, embodied model of the world, built by a brain trying to keep you oriented inside reality, well enough to survive it, move through it, and make a life within it. That word model can sound colder than the thing itself, so it helps to slow down and look at what it means. A model is not a lie. A map is a model of a landscape. It leaves things out, it simplifies, it exaggerates some features and ignores others. It is selective by design. But a useful map is not false because it is incomplete. In fact, it is useful partly because it is incomplete. It does not show every pebble, every blade of grass, every cloud that passed over the hill that morning. It shows enough of the terrain for someone to move intelligently through it. In a very similar way, your experience of reality is not the full terrain. It is the map your nervous system has built from sensory input, memory, prediction, social learning, emotion, and bodily need. It is not everything. It is what your organism can use. This is why the filtered nature of perception should not make you despair. The fact that your brain edits the world does not mean the world disappears. It means that direct total access was never the job. A fish does not need a universal theory of water in order to swim. A bird does not need to perceive every molecule of air in order to fly. A human being does not need absolute contact with all layers of reality in order to love, think, work, rest, build, grieve, or find the kitchen in the dark. The brain was not given the assignment of final truth. It was given the assignment of workable contact. It had to create a reality that was stable enough to act in, meaningful enough to care about, and fast enough to keep the body alive. In that sense, what you experience is a negotiated reality. The outside world contributes signals. The brain contributes interpretation. The body contributes urgency. Memory contributes pattern. Emotion contributes importance. Attention contributes selection. Other minds contribute language, categories and norms. Together they form the felt world. When you say, "I see the room," you're not simply announcing the presence of furniture and walls, you're announcing the success of an extraordinary biological agreement. Light has struck your eyes. Your brain has translated it. Your memories have helped identify shapes. Your attention has selected what matters. Your expectations have filled the gaps. Your body has judged the room safe enough not to flood the scene with threat. All of that has happened before you can comfortably say something as simple as, "There is my room." This can make ordinary life feel almost miraculous when you look at it closely. The teacup on the table is not merely there in consciousness because light bounced off it. It is there because countless hidden processes have worked together to make it a recognizable object in a coherent space. The voice of someone you love is not only sound waves, it is pattern recognition, emotional significance, social memory and bodily meaning. The feeling of a cool pillow, the sound of rain, the warmth of a hand, the heaviness of tiredness at the end of a long day, all of it is both real and interpreted. The interpretation does not cheapen the reality. It is the form reality takes when it passes through a living human system. There is something humbling in this. It means your private world is less final than it feels. The things that seem obvious may not be obvious in the way you imagine. Your certainty may reflect a clean internal model more than complete external knowledge. The meanings you assign may come from old expectations and social learning as much as from the present event itself. At the same time, there is something tender in it too. It means that confusion is not always a personal failure. Misperception is not always carelessness. Emotional distortion is not always weakness. A mind under strain may build a darker world because it is trying, imperfectly, to protect the organism. A lonely mind may build a colder world because social safety has become less believable. A hopeful mind may overread signs of promise because movement toward life matters deeply to it. The filtered world is not merely a technical problem. It is an expression of what the organism has needed, learned, feared, and loved. This is why the question, "What are you truly experiencing?" cannot be answered with one flat sentence. You're experiencing sensory patterns, yes, but never in raw form. You're experiencing a body's relation to those patterns. You're experiencing a history's effect on the present. You're experiencing selective attention, reconstructed memory, predictive inference, emotional colouring, and social shaping. You're also experiencing an external world that continues to press against the model, correct it, challenge it, surprise it, and sometimes wound it. Your experience is not pure subjectivity floating free of reality, nor is it reality unfiltered. It is contact under conditions. It is truth at a human scale. Human scale is perhaps the phrase that matters most here. We're often tempted by fantasies of a God's eye view, a version of reality untouched by perspective, need, language, or limitation. It is a very understandable fantasy. When the world becomes confusing, people long for final clarity. They want to know what is really there beyond all distortion. But perhaps human beings were never meant to inhabit that kind of view. Perhaps what we call reality is always going to be reality as lived by creatures of a certain body size, a certain nervous system, a certain social dependence, a certain emotional range, a certain vulnerability to time, fatigue, hunger, memory, and longing. Perhaps that is not a failure of access. Perhaps that is what access means for beings like us. This does not mean all interpretations are equal. That would be too lazy and too comforting. Some models are better than others. Some are more flexible, more evidence-sensitive, less distorted by fear or wishful thinking, less captured by social pressure, more capable of revision. If someone mistakes every coat for an intruder, we do not say that their reality is simply as valid as any other. If someone insists the earth is flat because it feels obvious to them, we do not bow to the feeling. The fact that all perception is filtered does not erase the difference between a better map and a worse one. It only reminds us that even the better map remains a map. Accuracy matters. So does humility. Humility is perhaps one of the deepest lessons hidden inside all of this. To understand the filtered nature of reality is not to become paralyzed with doubt. It is to become less arrogant about the finality of your own impressions. It is to remember that what you feel, see, and remember may be partly true, partly distorted, partly incomplete, and still deeply important. It is to hold your own experience with seriousness, but not with absolute worship. That may be one of the most mature forms of perception available to a human mind. Not certainty at all costs, but contact with reality that allows room for revision. In practical life, this changes things in quiet but powerful ways. It means that when you feel sure someone meant to wound you, there may be value in asking what else could be true. It means that when your memory paints a past event with clean, dramatic lines, there may be value in remembering how much memory edits. It means that when fear makes a future look inevitable, there may be value in asking whether emotion has darkened the lens. It means that when shame says everyone can see your flaw, there may be value in recalling how selective attention really is, both yours and theirs. It means that when certainty tightens around an explanation, there may be value in asking whether your brain has stopped searching because it wants relief more than truth. And yet, for all this caution, life cannot be lived only in skeptical distance from one's own mind. You cannot spend every waking second auditing each perception and cross-examining every thought. The brain must function. It must commit. It must treat the flaw as real, the road as present, the voice as meaningful, the body as one body. So perhaps wisdom is not in escaping the model, which may be impossible, but in learning the style of your own model. What does your mind tend to exaggerate? What does it tend to ignore? Does it rush toward threat? Does it assume rejection? Does it smooth conflict too quickly? Does it trust familiarity too much? Does it mistake hope for certainty? Does it turn bodily ambiguity into alarm? Does it borrow group confidence too easily? To know these tendencies is not to become objective in some impossible final way. It is to become more skillful with the instrument you actually have. There's also a gentler side to this whole question. If what you experience is a human model of reality, then things like love, music, beauty, grief, nostalgia, or comfort and tenderness are not lesser because they are filtered. They are among the most human forms of contact with the world. The smell of rain on a familiar evening is not less real because your brain is interpreting chemical signals through memory and emotion. It may be, in lived terms, more real than any scientific description of those molecules could ever be for the person breathing them in. The voice that calms you, the room that feels like home, the face that softens your chest when you see it, the sadness that arrives in a place where someone is no longer sitting. All of these are filtered realities, yes, but they are also the substance of a life. A strictly unfiltered universe, even if it were somehow available, might be unlivable. Imagine perceiving every wavelength, every vibration, every detail, every bodily process, every social possibility, every memory trace, every uncertainty at once. It would not feel like enlightenment. It would likely feel like collapse. Coherence requires omission. Meaning requires selection. The filtered nature of experience is not only the source of illusion, it is also the source of inhabitable consciousness. You do not merely lose reality through filtering, you gain a world that can actually be lived in. This may be why sleep itself feels so necessary after days of being conscious. The brain spends waking life building, updating, selecting, predicting, remembering, and correcting. It keeps offering you a world. It keeps stitching reality into something manageable enough for action. That is exhausting work, even when you do not feel it directly. By night, the mind begins to loosen its grip. Certainties soften. The boundaries between signal and image grow less strict. The body asks for rest. And perhaps there is something fitting in ending here, with sleep waiting nearby, because sleep reminds us that even our most confident waking reality is not the only way the brain can arrange experience. Dreams take fragments and build worlds too. They are stranger, looser, less tethered to the stable constraints of shared daylight, but they come from the same astonishing organ. A brain that can construct waking reality can also create dream reality, and that fact alone should make us a little more modest about how finished the waking world really is. Still, waking life has a particular dignity because it is where our models meet one another. It is where private realities become shared enough for conversation, care, conflict, work, and love. You may never know the world in a final, total, unfiltered way, but you can refine your contact with it. You can listen more carefully. You can notice your own expectations. You can question your certainty without abandoning your experience. You can let other minds challenge and enlarge your own. You can learn the difference between a fear that narrows reality and a truth that deserves response. You can become gentler with memory. You can widen attention. You can recognize emotion as information without granting it total rule. In short, you can become a wiser participant in your own model of reality, and perhaps that is enough. Perhaps more than enough. After all, a human life is not measured by whether it achieved some impossible, pure perception, beyond all bias and all filtering. It is measured, or at least deeply shaped, by how that life was lived inside the reality available to it. Were you able to notice beauty when it appeared? Were you able to revise yourself when you were wrong? Were you able to love people whose inner worlds were not identical to yours? Were you able to forgive your own mind for being human and still train it toward honesty? Were you able to let uncertainty remain in the room long enough for gentleness and truth to speak? If reality is filtered, then what you're truly experiencing is not illusion in the empty sense. You're experiencing the world as translated through a living creature. You're experiencing a body's best ongoing answer to what is out there, what matters, what has happened before, and what might come next. You're experiencing contact, interpretation, memory, anticipation, and need, all braided together into the thing you call a moment. It is partial, yes. It is biased, yes. It is unfinished, yes. But it is also where every hope, every fear, every touch, every sentence, every silence, every prayer, every mourning, every loss, and every act of tenderness has ever taken place for you. That is not nothing. That is your world. So as the night settles a little further and the mind begins its quieter turning, it may be enough to leave the question here, not fully solved, but softened. You do not see reality clearly in the absolute sense, and perhaps you never were meant to. You see it as a human being sees it, through nerves and memories and meanings and needs, through the long habits of a life, through the borrowed language of others, through emotion, through attention, through a body that has worked very hard to bring you this far. And even if the world in your mind is not the whole world, it is still the place where you have laughed, worried, learned, touched, rested, mistaken, revised, and gone on. For tonight, that may be enough to hold gently without forcing it shut, enough to let the questions loosen, enough to allow the brain to set down its careful construction for a while and drift into the deeper dark where even reality, for a few hours, no longer needs to be explained.